Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Saturday. We are back. Aylin, Fafo, it's good to see you both. How you two doing? How are the things? Oh, boy. You're doing? I hear you. I hear you on that one. It has, in fact, been a day. It definitely has, in fact, been a day. So, yeah, I hear you on that. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. I wanted to show you guys this. Let me do this first. Hang on. There we go. Much better. So I wanted to show you guys something. This came out yesterday. And then after that, I think we'll probably get into doing more Rogue Trader. Helps if my camera is on. Now that I've tested it a million times. There we go. The hell is... Oh, I know what that is. Hang on. That was a cord. Okay. So, this came out yesterday from Video Game Chronicles. It says, I hope Duskbloods provides a better From Software multiplayer experience than Elden Ring Night Rain did. For those of you who don't know, Duskbloods is the From Software Souls-like, I guess you could call it, that is going to be exclusive for the Switch 2. When it was announced that the Nintendo Switch 2 is getting a new game from Software directed by Hitmaker, Hidetaka Miyazaki, Nintendo fans and Soulsborne fans alike sat up. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't one of them. The excitement was tempered somewhat when it was later revealed that the Duskbloods would be a multiplayer game, but even with that caveat, the Duskbloods remains one of the Switch 2's most intriguing mysteries. It can be played PvP or PvE. In both modes, players will pick from pre-made characters, much like 2025's Elden Ring Night Rain. However, unlike Night Rain, players may have to fight off other players as well as NPC enemies across the map. Players complete events across the map, such as defeating powerful bosses or completing other quests to earn victory points. These points will determine who wins. In this sense, Duskbloods is almost like Battle Royale-like in its construction, a sharp departure from the traditional Souls-like experience. Its following Night Rain may prove useful for Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. While Miyazaki's involvement in Night Rain reportedly wasn't as substantial as other titles in his catalog, he'll certainly have learned lessons and hopefully listened to some of the lukewarm reception to the Elden Ring multiplayer experience. From the trailer alone, the variety in Duskblood's playable characters seems vast. There are a few typical From Software goth-adjacent warriors, but there's also a steampunk rocket man who can seemingly fly across large sections of the map. The game will live and die on the variety it offers, especially since players can't make their characters from scratch, but so far so good. One of the most exciting elements of the game's debut trailer is the aesthetic of the new world From Software is building. It's hard to escape the Duskbloods' resemblance to Bloodborne, arguably Miyazaki's most beloved game. The Duskbloods is heavily influenced by vampire media across both cinema and literature, and it's transitioning into a compelling game world to explore. The trailer shows off Victorian architecture juxtaposed with trains adorned with neon lights. There's also snowy hills, rushing rivers, and sprawling catacombs to explore. If the game is a battle royale-like, as the description seems to suggest, varied points of interest are a staple of the genre, and considering From Software's history when it comes to location design, it's a fascinating prospect. One of our biggest issues with Night Rain was the time constraint on exploring as much of the beautiful labyrinthine world as we could, so we hope Duskbloods is less harsh in its approach. I'm going to be honest, if you are somebody other than Vati Vidya, or Smogetown or Zeostorm, and you're trying to play Duskbloods for any, or not Duskbloods, Night Rain, for any sort of like definitive story or any sort of definitive lore in a game that is procedurally generated every single fucking time you do a new run, you're just dumb. You are. You're just stupid. Think about it. Think of how many, I don't know how many different versions and variations that this thing is going to procedurally be able to generate, but think about trying to find lore of a world that is constantly changing. Unless there is some mystical story or lore that specifically explains why it is constantly shifting and changing. Other than that, you're not going to find a damn thing. So if the purpose and the point and the main drive of the game is to bum rush through the map to get as much crap as you can, to fight as many bosses as possible, specifically so at the end, if you do everything correctly, you can go and fight a final boss. Why are we looking for lore? I'm not entirely sure what the point is. There certainly seems to be far more a cutscene focus in the Duskbloods, so perhaps the PvP elements vary wildly from Night Rain's approach, and it's closer to the experience that From Software's fans crave. There's no escaping the deflation that From Software fans felt when they realized this wasn't a new single-player experience, but From Software still has enough goodwill in the bank that we're very interested in seeing more of the Duskbloods. It's frustrating that more fans can't play it, but the prospect of a console-exclusive game from Miyazaki is an interesting one. After all, the From Software game people mention most is still inexplicably locked to PlayStation. The Duskbloods needs to deliver on what From Software does best: excellent world building, deep lore, and a rewarding gameplay loop. We really hope there's a lot here for players that have absolutely no interest in PvP, but we'll find out more about it when From Software decides to release more than the game's initial trailer. I mean, what do you guys think? I know, there's tons of people, even on this channel, where I've played Dark Souls, I've played Elden Ring, I've played Bloodborne, I've played Sekiro, I've played Armored Core, I've literally played all of them. Some people aren't a fan. I never played Night Rain. Never played it. And I have no intention of ever playing it, because I kind of feel like it's a waste of my time. But, I mean, what do you guys think when it comes to Duskbloods? Do you think this is going to be, like, a hit? Or, I mean, is this going to be something where it's like only a small amount of people are really ever going to be really, really interested in it, and there's really not going to be any much of a big expansion on anything, really, when it comes to this game? I mean, what do you guys think? I'm not a FromSoft player, but it will find its niche. Well, so here's the thing, and this is why I'm bringing it up, right? Dark Souls started out as a niche. It did. But it did well enough to get a sequel. Dark Souls 2 came out, and people either absolutely adored it or they absolutely hated it. There really isn't any big in between at all. but it made people appreciate the original Dark Souls even more, and from there, everything really took off. Then you had Bloodborne, which, like even they said, is an absolutely massive, massive success for From Software. After that, you had Dark Souls 3. After that, you had Sekiro. After that, you had Armored Core 6, right? After that, after Sekiro, you had Elden Ring, and you had Shadow of the Erdtree for Elden Ring. And then after that, you had Armored Core 6. So for a while, From Software could really do no wrong in the eyes of a lot of people. And then Elden Ring Night Reign came out. And myself included, a lot of people who really enjoyed the crap out of Elden Ring turned around and went, no, not interested, sorry. I'm good. Nope. Sorry. I don't want anything to do with it. Congratulations, you learned how to double jump. That's not enough to get me interested in something that reminds me of Fortnite or an extraction shooter. Right? And now, and I think this was during the Summer Game Awards, they announced this for, they announced Duskbloods for the Nintendo Switch 2. But it's only coming out for the Nintendo Switch 2, and it seems like it's just an evolution of what Night Rain did, but for an even smaller audience. Because at least with Night Rain, you can turn around and go, yeah, but it's for PC, so it's going to be a massive thing, and this and yada, 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 and that's all well and fine. But I don't see people going out and spending the better part of $1,000 for a video game console for one game that most people aren't even sure about. Do you know what I mean? Crit, what's going on? How you doing? I think every game isn't for everyone, and that's all right. And people need to stop shitting on that in-game reviews. No, and I agree. I absolutely agree with you 100%. I'm just wondering if what's going to happen is this is one of those games that it's not that it's going to bomb because it's necessarily a bad game. I'm wondering if they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot. That's what I'm wondering. Like, Night Rain didn't go so well. There is a niche, yes, but you at least have the potential to have a much bigger audience than putting it on a console a lot of people aren't going to be getting, and then trying to fill a niche within that niche. Do you know what I mean? Like, Nintendo wants this thing to be a banger, and I'm not saying that it's not going to be a good game, but with the, at best, lukewarm reception that Elden Ring Night Rain got, and that was a much bigger audience than what you're going to get with the Nintendo Switch 2, and it's kind of the same gameplay. I mean, what do you guys think? Is this gonna crap out before it goes anywhere? Because again, this is exclusive to Nintendo Switch. This is not going on PC. This is not coming to PlayStation. This is not coming to Xbox. You won't find it on Game Pass. You're never going to find it on Steam. This is Nintendo only. What was my point? I'm asking a question. That's my point. My question is, do you think From Software is shooting themselves in the foot after the lukewarm reception, at best, that Elden Ring Night Rain got by creating something similar and putting it on a platform that most people are not going to have? That was my question. Yeah, this is literally only Nintendo. It is not coming to Steam. It is not going to be on Epic. It is not going to be on the PlayStation Store. It's not going to be on Game Pass in 2 years. You're never going to see it on PC whatsoever. You will never be able to pick it up for Xbox. It is not coming out for PlayStation 6. That's my point. It will only ever be locked to Nintendo. Do you remember the Wii U? Most people don't even remember any games on the Wii U. I'm afraid FromSoft is going to learn a hard lesson. That's kind of my point, right? Is goodwill only goes so far, and then you have something like this, and it's like, oh, okay, what happened here, I wonder. You know what I mean? Like... And I'm going to be honest, they don't show you a whole hell of a lot in the trailer either. They show you about as much in the trailer as they show you in what we got for Night Rain. And it's not that it looks terrible. It doesn't look terrible. The problem is that it looks like a Night Rain carbon copy. And most people didn't care for it. The only thing that got people excited was this initially looked like Bloodborne and everybody lost their shit. And then as soon as they realized it wasn't and that it was more like Night Rain, they went, oh no.
I give you my blood. I give you my life. Turn, O wheel, and transport him to a night of moonlight, to humanity's very dusk.
So, okay, right here, everybody lost their damn mind. They went, oh shit, it's Bloodborne 2. Everybody lost their damn mind. Right? And then we went, wait a minute. Why is there a futuristic train? That's not Bloodborne. And then we went, wait. That's not a hunter. And then we went, wait, who are all these people? Oh no, this kind of reminds me of what's going on with Night Rain.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
So what was the problem with Night Rain? The problem with Night Rain is everything that everybody loved about Elden Ring you couldn't do in Night Rain. Because it's a procedural, every time you start it up, the map is procedurally generated, and you only have roughly about 5 to 10 minutes to gather as much gear as possible before a circle closes, so that you can go and fight a boss, so that you can then spend another 10 minutes to try and do the same thing, so that you can go and fight another boss with 3 people. By the way, 3 people can occupy this game all at the same time, so that you can do it a third time, and assuming that you beat all 3 of those bosses at the very end, you can unlock a door and then go beat a final boss, and that's it. So no storyline really to speak of, because unless there's any sort of storyline that actually explains why it's constantly shifting and it's in a perpetual state of change, there's really nothing other than the bosses that you may face. They took bosses from some of the older games, which, by the way, is really, really cool. And they kind of did a revamp on them, but it's quite literally extraction shooter equals Fortnite in Elden Ring, and that's it. It's literally just their version of Fortnite. That's what Night Rain is. Or PUBG. No, they didn't even go for gameplay. They didn't even go for gameplay. I would argue that they didn't even do that. So they tried a thing, it wasn't what the fans expected. It's not even Miyazaki. It was a completely different director altogether, and for whatever reason, this director was given the go-ahead during a time where you have PUBG, Fortnite, Escape from Tarkov, which are the big 3, right? All these different things. And they tried to ride the hype train that was Elden Ring and Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, and then tried to turn around and resell Elden Ring in a brand new package. And it's literally because Nintendo Switch 2 got a couple more costumes, so they tried to sell another version of Elden Ring on top of coming out with Night Rain, and the goodwill's kind of wearing off. There is some weird-ass lore thing. Sure, there's some weird-ass lore thing, but why is anybody trying to do that in a game that's Fortnite? Unless you're VaatiVidya, or you are Smogtown, or you are Neostorm, who literally make their money off trying to find all the secrets and trying to go through, like all this other crap, what's the point? There's story in Soulsborne games. There are always stories in Soulsborne games. Always. Lore and story are 2 things that are completely different. One helps the other, but story is what's going on right now. Lore is what happens, or what happened long before. Right? There's always going to be lore. Story? Not so much. Not necessarily. Right? You can have story without lore. You can absolutely have lore without story, but you don't necessarily need to have lore with a story. Problem is if you're somebody who really likes something like Elden Ring, where you go and you spend hours trying to figure out what the story is, what the lore is, why you're doing things, and then they come out and they slap you in the face with something like Night Rain that probably has lore associated with why the world is constantly shifting and who these, I think they're called Night Lords. I think those are supposed to be the final bosses, who these Night Lords are. Aside from that, there is no story. So unless you're VaatiVidya or Smogtown or Zeostorm or any of those people who make a living off of going in and trying to find all the lore to piece it together to make it into something that they can actually explain to you, most of the people that enjoyed Elden Ring for what it was aren't going to find it all that interesting. Most of the people who enjoyed Dark Souls for what that stuff was aren't going to find it interesting. Most of the people who enjoyed Bloodborne for what it was aren't going to find it interesting. Most of the people who enjoyed Sekiro for what it was aren't going to find it interesting. Most of the people who enjoyed Armored Core 6 for what it was aren't going to find it interesting. You know what I mean? Like, the list keeps going up and getting bigger of people who aren't going to find the game interesting, and that's exactly what happened. Now, take Duskbloods, and they have said this is PvEVP. So not only are you fighting NPCs, you're fighting each other. At least Night Rain had the benefit of being all three people on the same team. So you weren't trying to outdo one another, you were just trying to beat the game together. But now you have this whole other concept where it's, well, now people are just going to try and fuck each other over. Right? Does it feel like they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot?
Will flow for one, and one alone.
And here's the other problem. All these characters are just pre-mades. All these characters are pre-mades. You, unlike Dark Souls, unlike Armored Core, unlike Elden Ring, unlike Bloodborne, with Sekiro being the exception because it's a narrative-driven thing. In all those previous games, you can create your character. In Night Rain and in Duskbloods, you just choose from presets. You don't have any say in what they do and how they do it. You can modify things to an extent, but there's a hard cap as to what can be modified and how. And you're just constantly running around looking for the best shit possible with a character that you may not necessarily care for in a play style that you can't change. So it's like, what is it? Like, is this going to be that game that they're going to learn, and they're going to learn good? Oh, the building in AC6 is great. I love the building in that. I think it's fantastic. I really do. I can literally spend hours upon hours upon hours building a robot. I love doing that stuff. To me, that's one of the best parts, is coming up with new designs and stuff like that and seeing if it'll work and all that good stuff. I love doing that. But now, yet again, they're taking that away and just giving us like 6 or 7, I think it is, like different presets for Duskbloods and making it PvPvE. So now you don't have the play style that you want. You can't change it to the play style that you want. You have to go through presets that are going to be heavily regulated. And you have to watch out for more people who are going to be trying to fuck you over not because they actually want to win, but just because they literally just want you to lose. That's it. That was to me, that was one of the biggest selling points of Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Armored Core and Bloodborne and Sekiro, is unless you specifically wanted people to pop into your game, or you wanted to go into other people's games and you wanted to fight, online, unless you wanted to do that, the world was your oyster, and the only person that you had to blame for losing was yourself. That's it. You didn't have to deal with assholes. You didn't have to deal with all the extra shit like you do in Fortnite, or like you do in PUBG, or like you do in any of that other stuff, right? You don't have to. But that's why I decided, I'm good without Night Rain. right? It's not my thing. I'm not a fan of extraction shooters. I'm not a fan of battle royales and stuff like that. And now they're just like, no, here's one for Nintendo Switch 2. And it's like, oh, okay. So now we're taking that group of people that already are tough to find and we're putting it on a console that most aren't going to get. I don't see that being a good business decision, because I sure as shit am not going to pay $700 for a portable video game box for one game. Do you know what I mean? And I can't be the only one. These directors need to learn that if you have a beloved franchise and you dumb it down to reach a larger audience, simply everyone gets upset. I agree that if you try to make something for everyone, you end up making something for no one. I totally agree with that, 100%. I think, me personally, I think what makes From Software really, really good, and actually, Corgi, you're a perfect example of this, and I mean this in a good way. I think the fact that From Software is so polarizing to a lot of people is what makes it so interesting. So, for instance, Corgi, I know you're not the biggest fan of Dark Souls. I know you're not the biggest fan of Elden Ring or Bloodborne or Sekiro. But, to be fair, you have been, getting back into Armored Core and stuff like that. And generally speaking, you seem to be having a decent time with it. So, there is something for everyone. It just may not necessarily be everyone loves Dark Souls or everyone loves Elden Ring. But there is something there. It's just you have to find that niche that, really appeals to you. And that's okay. But what made From Software so popular is that it is so polarizing to begin with. But now they're turning into Epic, or they're turning into Activision or they're turning into Nexon, with Call of Duty, with the Call of Duty Battle Royale, or with PUBG, or with Fortnite. And it's like, okay, yeah, but those games are made for everyone. They're not made for me. Here's my big problem with FromSoft games, the community. And funny you should say that, because I want to say it was Medicine that said something about them not too long ago. And I genuinely have to agree for the most part. I'd say that you have a lot of people that are actually pretty good about it. But if you are going online and you are playing online in those games, the only people you're going to find are toxic. Those are literally the only people you're going to find playing these games online, right? It doesn't actually matter what anybody says, right? I mean, think about how many people, right, when they think about how many people came in here when I was playing any of the Soulsborne games and were really, really, really good versus that one asshole. Do you know what I mean? Soulsborne community is the second worst right after League. I wouldn't put it that high. I wouldn't put it that high, because I think there's something that a lot of people are missing when it comes to the community itself. You'll have nothing but toxic idiots and assholes in that community, sure. Absolutely you will. 100%. Not saying you won't. But then look at the people who are perpetuating these games. Look at these big streamers and big content creators, and they're getting their people into it. And let's face it, a lot of those people don't give a fuck about the game. They give a fuck about watching the person that they typically watch suffer. Right? So when Asmongold sits there and fucking lashes out and starts talking like he's 7 because he's incredibly immature and he thinks he's amazing at absolutely everything until he gets his ass kicked and everybody is, spamming so bad, you're a failure, and this, that, and the other thing. And he starts to get emotional. He's like, I can't do this, guys. I'm going to give up. And then he fucking basically breaks down and cries and shuts off his stream. Those are the type of people that are perpetuating this game because they get millions of views on YouTube. Right? And case in point is, look at how many people when I was playing Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, Armored Core 6 came in and were really, really cool and really, really positive and were sharing their stories and everything like that. And then there was only that one complete fucking asshole that we had to deal with. Right? So, now granted, I'm a smaller streamer. But at the same time, you have tons of other smaller streamers who are having the same exact experiences that I do. You have a bunch of people that are coming in, they want to be helpful, and so on, and that's all well and fine. And then maybe one or two really, really, really big assholes. And then after that, everything else is fine. Right? So I think what's getting conflated here is the type of people that are actually perpetuating these games versus what the community genuinely is, which are a lot of people that are actually really, really good, and chances are there's a lot more of them than there are actual assholes. Right, but we are not from the Soulsborne community that guy was. Right, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is you have a lot of people that are more often than not really nice and really decent and want to come in and want to help and talk to the people who are playing these games and just enjoy their time seeing somebody go through it, generally speaking. And then you have, out of all of those people, one guy. One. So you mean to tell me that out of everybody from that community that came in and was really, really, really supportive and was really cool about everything and loved hanging out and was here for multiple streams and everything else, completely get thrown in the shitter because one guy? You see the problem? That's what I mean. I think there are a hell of a lot better people than we're led to believe, because typically speaking, when you see gameplay of those games, you're typically seeing gameplay of those games through very, very large content creators and streamers. So the only thing you see is people spamming, oh, fucking so bad, cry more, baby, little bitch, and like all this other shit from thousands of fucking toxic people that have nothing to do with the community. That's what I'm saying. When people sit there and they go, oh my god, you should try out Dark Souls, and this is okay, cool. You go onto YouTube, type in Dark Souls, guarantee you Asmongold's going to be one of the first few. Right? That's typically how it goes. Because he gets millions upon millions of views. So I kind of feel like... I kind of feel like there's a hell of a lot more than just everybody sucks, everybody's terrible. Get good in this, and you will find that in game, but that's because those people are losers and literally have nothing better to do with their lives, right? We saw that in, what was it? I think the original, we saw that in Dark Souls 1, right? Where I decided, okay, I'm going to do the online thing, and I tried it once, and that was a really bad idea, because it was literally just a guy sitting there who was level fucking 18 billion, and all he had to do was look at me and I was dead. I couldn't move 2 feet, and I was already dead, and all he was doing was just looking at me. Granted, chances are he was also probably hacking, but at the same time, those are the kinds of losers that you will find in that multiplayer environment. The people that are actually really, really cool, you're never going to find them doing shit like that. Right? So the only thing that people have to go off of are, oh, well, if you go into multiplayer, it's going to be a shitty experience, and the community really, really sucks. But meanwhile, the majority of people who made it in here, when I was playing any and all of them, the overwhelming majority was pretty damn good, right? Versus the League community that is literally based off of playing a game that you play when you hate yourself. Do you see what I mean? I kind of feel like there's a really, really big difference. Or WoW. WoW is another one, but at least WoW you have at least with WoW you have what's the word I'm looking for? You have that false hope that you're better than you actually are. Essentially. That's what it comes down to. Gonna be honest. WoW is not so bad anymore? Yes, it is. Absolutely 100% it is. WoW is fucking terrible. WoW's been terrible for a very, 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 very long time. And it has nothing to do with the community, it has everything to do with the game and the developers. WoW is god-awful. It has nothing to do with the people. It has everything to do with the game and the devs. The game literally is designed to sit there and make you grind for the rest of your fucking life. Go ahead and try and get yourself the Mail Muncher without paying anything. You see what I mean? Like, that's WoW in a nutshell. Try and do anything and they will make you grind it the fuck out for the rest of your existence. That's WoW in a nutshell. Because the devs don't care. They think you're stupid. So, yeah. WoW is terrible. COD. Same thing. COD doesn't give a shit about anything that you want. That's why they keep crapping things out every single year and they get progressively worse. We're inside a gutted void ship, Bleached. And I think we might have, finished it, actually. I saved right after the fight. So I haven't explored anything.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Books sometimes a luxury, the legality of some of them is questionable, with an avid snowballite often turns a blind eye to such diversions. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is it.
My warp sight reveals something.
Oh, good.
Do you require an audience?
No, I require you to stop stepping on the fucking body. There we go. Carstage's machine spirits stay silent in an attempt to reach the dead systems of the destroyed ship. Okay.
The Emperor protects. No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant. Purge.
Never doubt me.
Okay. So, what's the passage here?
Know your duty.
Oh, there we go. Holy fuck! What? The fuck just happened? That's the navigator, okay.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Leader of the ravaged ship's crew wipes the sweat from his brow in a motion characteristic of navigators, not with his whole hand, but with two fingers moving from left to right and back so as not to touch his third eye by accident. This movement is the only sign of fatigue he allows himself. His posture is immaculate, shoulders wide, eyes front, as if he did not just emerge from a grueling battle and is simply greeting you on the bridge on an uneventful day. My greetings, your lordship. There is no need for introductions. I know of the heirs of the Von Valancius line by sight. I am Han of House Cassini, and the navigator of this vessel, and as the senior surviving officer, I assume command after the incident. Lady Navigator, what an unexpected and pleasant meeting considering the circumstances. Han decorously dips his head to Cassia. I've not had the honor of being personally acquainted with you, but of course I know the emblem of House Orselio. How fares the Honorable Regent? Cassia Orselio, she offered a reserved nod. Cordiality will not disguise the ice-blue coldness of your words, Navigator Han. However, I will tell Regent Oronto that you inquired after his health. You may pass on my best wishes to Novator Cassini. And now let's set the pleasantries aside. I'm sure the rogue trader would like to ask you a few questions. As Han speaks, others glare at you with dour tension. Up close, you can plainly see that every one of them is a mutant. Their faces and bodies bear the mark of incredibly grotesque deformities, the same as the muttering madmen who attacked you. However, Han's associates seem perfectly clear-eyed, showing no signs of madness. What happened to the ship and crew, Han? The ship is assigned to the port of Dargonis. Some time ago, the captain was instructed to deliver a package, urgently by hand, to you, your lordship. We were even shown a pic of your face. The navigator's voice seems calm, yet there is tension in his eyes which are trained on you. The disaster struck during a warp jump. I will never know all the details as I was preoccupied with my primary duties, but for some reason the captain decided to open the package. That, as you may have noticed, had a most destructive impact on the crew. Han frowns. The package contained a Chaos artifact, a Chaos bomb, if you will. The moment it was removed from its protective cocoon, the crew began to lose their mind and mutate. The first to be affected was the captain and the senior officers, but the effect spread with incredible speed. Every deck was consumed by it, every last one. The raging mutants, no longer sane, damaged many systems. The ship was in distress and would have almost certainly been destroyed had I not resorted to making an emergency exit from the warp. The people you see here are the only survivors, or rather the only ones who were able to retain both their lives and sanity. I gathered everyone I could, isolated the source of danger, and sent out a distress call. We were adrift waiting for help to come and fighting off mad crew members. Then you arrived. So the Chaos Bomb package was meant for me. Who's the sender? As far as I'm aware, the order came from Kunrad Voidfear, the master of the Whispers in the Rogue Trader's retinue. It is likely that he arranged the delivery either personally or through intermediaries. Han pauses, then adds bluntly, almost brazenly, "Your reaction suggests that you were not expecting a package of this sort. That is good to know. I had almost convinced myself that the Rogue Trader was deliberately collecting Chaos artifacts." "I am not tainted by Chaos, and I knew nothing of this package. I give you my word as a Rogue Trader." He gives you a searching look and then bows his head. "I beg your pardon, your lordship. I saw the terrible death of the entire crew with my own eyes. I was forced to bring the ship out of the warp by means of an emergency maneuver, and then I had to fight my former comrades, insane and twisted. I am tired. However, the sender wanted all of this." Han makes a sweeping gesture at the destruction and the corpses of the crew members around him. "It happened to your ship, not ours. Were you not affected by the mutations and madness?" "Well, that depends. I was born a mutant, you see." Han smiles, grimly and warily. "Navigators are taught to resist the influence of chaos, and so I have been, as best I could. But I will be frank with you, I cannot be certain that I have avoided it completely. There have been no visible indications. Yet." All signs point to Han telling the truth, but you also notice clear evidence of just how difficult it is for him to struggle against the corruption. He's extremely tired and practically exhausted. "Where's the artifact now?" The tension in his posture and gaze becomes even more noticeable. "I placed it inside a protective sarcophagus, more reliable than the previous repository. Unfortunately, an artifact as powerful as this could not be destroyed under these circumstances, or rather, I had no assurances that it would not disintegrate every one of us and scatter across several light hours of neighboring space. But once we are off this ship, I will absolutely find a way to destroy the vile thing." "We could lay mines in what remains of the ship and blast it along with the artifact from a safe distance. I have the resources and knowledge to do it." The words give Han pause, but he seems convinced. He relaxes a little, but then asks cautiously, as if testing the waters, "What about me and the crew? Will you take us with you?" "You can come with me, but the remnants of the crew will be terminated. These people are beyond salvation. They're corrupted by chaos." Han jerks his chin up. "These are my people. We lived through this nightmare together. I am responsible for them. All of us leave this ship, or none of us do." "What people? There's only two of you." "I'm taking you aboard my ship. There, my word is law, and no one will dare take issue with you despite the mutations." "Thank you." Han salutes before adding, "Lord Captain." Okay. Take everything. Okay. There's stuff over here. Yep. Take this stuff, and then get the fuck out. And that's it. Nice. Easy peasy. Yeah, we already did the planetoid. Okay. So it looks like Marcelio Prophecy is the next way for me to go. Okay. Space dust. Mm-hmm. It appears the large void ship recently dumped a huge load of junk and faulty parts from orbit. The debris that did not burn up in the atmosphere is now blocking the flow of a mighty river. This dam is causing the river to overflow, flooding the nearby valley. A herd of large hoofed rodents has gathered along the riverbanks. If the animals lose their usual habitat, they are doomed. Yeah, order the removal of the debris. It takes many planetary turns and hundreds of crew members to remove the heap of trash and unclog the river, letting the waters flow freely once more. The rodents run back to their pastures without so much as a backward glance at the people who saved them. Fair enough. Nothing. Okay. Save. Yes. Nice. Pirates! Come on.
Let us purge your enemies, rogue trader.
Deliver their demise. Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Okay.
Full ahead. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Lock on and launch. Set course, all haste.
Nice.
Unleash a barrage of destruction.
I missed? Holy shit.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
They're gonna try and leave.
Full ahead.
Oh, only during acceleration phase. Fair enough.
We have a destination to reach.
Nice.
The Emperor blessed us with victory this day.
Easy peasy. Okay, what do we got here? Promethium. Nice. Okay. Okay, Charnu roots. I mean, it's kind of getting me there. Let's see what happens. Okay. Recoliger's plot. An unidentified void ship. Okay. Interesting. A ship that once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in silent void like the gnawed carcass of a giant monster. When the Rogue Trader's void ship approaches, the Voxmaster reports an incoming message. A colony of the Imperium subjects have made their home in the bowels of the ship. They welcome the Lord Captain. Okay, fuck it. Oh, it's paused. I was like, what the shit? Welcome, your lordiness. Please come right. Our chief is and unit. Let's quit your gawking and get to work. Okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
An initial survey of the vessel indicates that my exploratory brethren have already performed a requiem rite here. Further examination is inadvisable.
So it's quite literally a dead ship. A tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, clad in work clothes, breaks off from her task to greet you. She freezes momentarily, clearly unsure how to address you, then says simply, "Your lordship, please excuse me, I don't really know your name. Welcome to our little colony. May the light of the Emperor be with you and with us. My name's Rita, Maximova. I'm in charge here." What is this place? We just call ourselves Rita's crew, and this place is Rita's camp. That's it. We're ecologers, scavengers in common terms. She does not speak the word scavengers with any kind of disdain. On the contrary, there's a dignity in her voice, the kind with which one would announce their affiliation with a respected guild or family. What's going on, Medicine? How you doing, buddy? Tossing a glance at Pascal, she grimly adds, "And our work is all legal, even though your brethren have no liking for us." Pascal stares dispassionately at Rita with a hint of disgust. Evidently, he has not even considered the possibility that replying to this creature's words could be anything other than heresy. So what do you do here? Right now, we're gutting this old heap of junk slowly but surely. That's a Recoliger's life for you. They drop us off at some decrepit station or an ancient battlefield, and we just sit there for years on end. We look for working tech or valuable materials or whatever else might be useful. If we find anything, we sell it to the passing ships. Not the easiest job out there. These wrecks are chock full of all kinds of dangers, but, and I swear it on my plasma torch, it's an exciting one for sure. This little bird's got all kinds of bells and whistles. Most of the tech is dead, but we do find working pieces now and again. We spent 2 whole months clearing out this shaft that we found. Finished just 3 days ago, actually. And we found this thing, a bit weird looking, but still functional. Rita's expression brightens a little. Perhaps your lordship would like to buy this component from us. Well, I'll bet that big ship you've got could get plenty of use out of it. Pascal's voice crackles to life. Imperiously, he tells her, "Present the object, laywoman." But curiosity creeps into his voice nonetheless. "I will buy the component." "Well, isn't this something? The Emperor himself must have smiled upon us." Rita makes a triumphant gesture. Thank you, your lordship. You'll be pleased with the results." A Magnus-class rechargeable battery. Nice. Hell yeah. Her mood visibly improves. "You know, your lordship, it's kind of embarrassing to offer you this, but over in that corner there, we keep things we don't rightly understand or can't really use. You could send some of your people to check it out if you'd like. Clearly you know more about this stuff than us. You might find something useful." "You take pride in your trade, I see." "Sure do. It takes skill and luck, and a good head on your shoulders. We risk our lives every day crawling on top of these old buckets. If something goes wrong, we die, by the scores sometimes. The moment we're there, the next we're gone, kind of like worker ants. But you know what, your lordship? Our job also has something, how should I put it, poetic about it. Hope you don't judge me too harshly and don't take it as an insolence, but some say, even big people like you, think too highly of themselves. Let's say your ship hops into the warp and someday and doesn't hop out of it in time, and around 1,000 years later, another gal like myself who needs to feed 3 ankle biters somehow will be rifling through its remains looking for anything good. That's just the nature of things. Each of us comes and goes, but the way the world works stays the same. We all have our lot in life, and mine is just as good as any other. I mean, she's not wrong. There is something to your philosophy. It's what my Gramps taught me. He was a recoliger and a foreman, too. He had some fancy-schmancy thoughts in that head of his, but he lived to a ripe old age with them in our line of work, which means those thoughts weren't all bad. I can take you from this place. It's not safe here, and sooner or later it will drift somewhere so remote that nobody will ever find you again. But this is our whole livelihood, your lordship. You take us from here, and what are we going to do? Sit in some hold, slaving away? Here we've got our own colony, our own operation. No, this is our path, and we won't stray from it. I see. Can you tell me anything about this wreck? Not much. We're no eggheads. You know, we're manual labor. It's an ancient thing, pretty dangerous, and we don't really know much beyond that. Before we came here, some tech priests had done their own bit of gutting, ritualing, bowing to the spirits, all that. That lot doesn't tend to leave a whole lot of valuables behind, it's true, but it's way too scary to go in before them. And hey, we dragged a dozen of their broken servitors out of the mines after. The carcasses smell awful, but you can pluck a decent number of parts out of a servitor and sell them. Doesn't seem like there's anything nasty living inside the wreck now, but the wreck itself is barely holding together. You go a couple of modules from here, and that's it. You won't take another step without fearing that a broken reactor might cook you alive, or a whole module might depressurize. Well, it's nothing we haven't handled before, so we're having a poke at it. But we don't have a clue what this ship is or who it belonged to. I see. Your lordship, Rita falters as if flustered by her own nerve. Please don't take it as insolence, but it's not like I have much choice. It's not often that we get well-stocked ships around here, and we could certainly use more provisions and some warm clothes. If it's something you'd be willing to provide, we would gladly barter for it with whatever we can dig up inside this here ship. It's just a respectful offer of fair trade. She bows slightly before stepping aside. You've got your own ship? No, not even close. A luxury like that You could count on the Recalligers who got their own ship on one hand, and an old worker's hand that got sucked into machinery 3 times and slashed by a plasma cutter twice. We fly with whoever, mostly just taking our chances. Sometimes we hitch a ride on the promise that we'll pay with what we find later. Other times we find some other means. Risky business, obviously. 5 or so years back, a crew got dropped off at an abandoned station, but something wasn't right with the life support systems. The ship came back to pick them up 2 years later and found nothing but bodies. And about 15 years ago, back before I had my first little one, a ship took 3 crews to locations and ran into pirates on the way back. The ships go out on expeditions for years at a time, so it was ages before anyone realized they were missing, and it was even longer before they remembered the scavengers. Plus, it took them some time to find a ship that could check on them and pick them up. Long story short, all 3 crews had bought it. Yep. Nice. I thought we were going to be able to trade with her.
I rise above hardships.
You should not try to open it just like that, but something from the environment could help. Okay. Take all of that. Need key. Fair enough. Oh damn, more goods, huh?
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
As it should be.
How to access the safes? You can obtain the codes to the safes by logging into the ship's cogitators. Oh, which would be fantastic, but where the fuck are the cogitators? Working every fragments of the ship are dismantled in search of scraps of valuable metals. Okay. Aha. Well, here's something. Machinery and tools. A little worn but well maintained. Okay. Small selection of valuable finds, carefully sorted and packed. Okay.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Here we go.
The machine god grants me insight.
It appears to be an operative. No. Okay. That looks like a still. Yep.
Let us walk this path to the end. The duty prevails.
Plate reads Luthanos Pride. The name of Luthanos surfaces in your mind. The history. A family of the Cronus Expanser invested all they had in a family ship. The ship perished in the warp. On its maiden voyage, Lithano line never recovered from this crushing blow. Fair enough.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Are we sure it's an irrefutable certainty? Because so far you've been striking out.
Watch out.
It is sad that the beautiful and lush Janus has been overcome by such grievous calamities. The world is very beautiful.
Heat, humidity, vicious fauna. I'm tempted to ask what passes for ugly and dangerous among you navigators.
The Divine Watch is over.
I'm glad to see you in high spirits. Thoughts about unfinished business get in the way of duty.
My duty in the Expanse is not done, as long as there is even a single heretic still breathing.
My success is an irrefutable certainty. Operation successful.
Okay, obtain the code to the old safe. Gotcha. About time. Nice. What is this? Oh, okay, it's an Eldari thing. I ended up getting more from all the other crap than I did anything of real value in that safe. That is insane.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I mean, I hope I did. Oh, actually, hang on. I have something to show you guys. Give me a second here. So, something has made its way to early access. Something has made its way to early access, and I am very, very excited that it has. I love the music. So long story short, we're going to be going back to Finland. Anybody else excited? And they do have snow tires in this too, which is really nice. And it looks like the rear suspension is a little bit more complex now. Have to build the car from the ground up. They do have automatic now, which is interesting. VIN plates, which I'm wondering if you might be able to steal. Yeah. All these different spare parts and everything like that, which is really cool. Piles of shit for Rivet, sold as it is. Cheap crap for Rivet, belt cover, grill, fuel pump, parcel. So this is cool. So you can buy just random crap and see if you can use it for your car, which is nice. That's a night shot. That's a store that you can go in. Oh, wow, you're really close to the town, huh? And, obviously, winter rallies. Have you guys... Who here has seen, My Summer Car? I know Sober has, but he might be sleeping. Carburetors. High performance. Looks like a water pump. There's your alternator. Bags of sand. I'm assuming to keep the rear end down in the snow. Give it traction. That looks like your rally times. So what do you think? What do you guys think? Have you seen My Summer Car at all, Bleached? So while this glorious music is playing, let me describe the journey of My Summer Car. In My Summer Car, your mom and dad, your mom gives birth to you on the way to the hospital in the back seat of a Satsuma in Finland in 1995. Sorry, 1985. Fast forward about 18, 19 years. And mom and dad go on a vacation, and you are stuck with the entire house to yourself for the summer. And they tell you you have to build this car. And you literally have to build the engine. You have to put everything on the block. You have to build the cylinder head. You have to put in all the valves. You have to do everything just for the engine. You have to build the transmission. You have to build up the front and rear suspensions. You have to build the interior of the car and all this stuff. At the same time, it's also a life simulator. So, you still have to feed yourself. You still have to make sure that you have plenty of water and you stay hydrated. And one of the ways to stay hydrated is by peeing in your mouth. You also have to make sure that you don't have to take a shit. You also, if you drink too much, will end up drunk. You also have to use various vehicles, and you have to make sure that you're going to all these secret areas to find performance parts for your car. You also have to get the car registered and inspected. You also have to get parts to build it up even further. And then eventually, after doing all of this and going to the store and doing certain jobs like cutting wood and bringing fish to grandma and all this other stuff, and using your uncle's van and to, you know, traipse things around here and there, and also becoming a poop truck driver that sucks out you literally suck out poop from leach fields and stuff like that. You make money, you buy stuff at the store, you make sure that the car is filled with gas and all this good stuff, and at the end, the only way to actually beat the game is to win the rally that you have to enter your car in. You can die because bees have stung you. You can die because you got run over, whether it be by another car passing by or by your own car. You can die of hunger. You can die of thirst. You can die of never peeing. You can die of never pooping. You can die of accidentally drinking the wrong thing. So instead of grabbing a beer, you accidentally drink bleach. You can die of being overexhausted. Yeah. You can keep your stress down by smoking. And all the while, you're just trying to build your damn car to get it in to the rally. That's my summer car. My winter car is the same way, just in the winter. And it's all done in Finnish. So anytime anybody speaks, they're speaking in Finnish. And it's amazing. So yeah, I'm excited. Who wants to go back to Finland? Now, granted, it is in early access, so I don't know entirely what they have currently. For a very small development team like us, early access phase is quite an important aspect of the game release, as community feedback and suggestions are very valuable to help the game take its final form. Intention is to have the final game as good as possible. Current foundation of the game is already solid, and now player community has a good opportunity to get their ideas and dream features implemented whenever technically possible. We've already had successful early access, but with my summer car and knowing how it was, we are confident that we can work on this game in a similar manner. It's difficult to estimate as community brings up new ideas for content improvements all the time, which, by the way, they did. They absolutely did bring it up. When new ideas are brought up, they are then implemented. It always lengthens the original intended schedule. Community has a great power through their feedback in dictating what kind of direction the development takes, which then affects the duration of early access period. True. The full version does not dramatically differ from early access version from superficial standpoint, as the gameplay and graphics are almost completely locked down already, but there is a lot of room for completely new features, and how already implemented features can be made even better and more engaging. Game is playable from start to at least one intended finish. Plan is to add more endings during the early access phase. Game also lacks audio-visual assets and polish, together with all the possible cutscenes, intro and outro, so those will get added. And then most importantly, there are lots of community and developer ideas that are not yet implemented at all. But even with missing features and details, game is well playable when taking into account that there's probably bugs and glitches that might hamper the long play. Game also has so much features that it is impossible to list them all here, but please refer to a Game Store page for more detailed info. The price will never change. Every way possible, we are open for all suggestions through Game Steam Forums, which is the official discussion platform for this game. So they have first-person survival game with permanent death feature, which is the one that we always pick. Myself, Dimitri, Thaddeus, Selvik, a bunch of other people always play My Summer Car with permadeath. So if you die, it doesn't matter how far along you are, you have to start from the beginning. And we got really fucking good at building up cars really, really quick. We could literally build an entire car in less than 1 6-hour stream. Full car and engine assembly with almost 200 unique parts, detailed driving, vehicle condition and engine simulation, various other usable cars spawning from 1960s to 1990s, as well as a truck and tractor, dozens of kilometers of snowy forest roads, icy highways, and even ice roads on top of the lake surface, player body temperature simulation, a lot of different job opportunities, rallying and circuit racing to either participate in or enjoy as a spectator, Harsh midwinter Finnish weather, dark and cold. Realistic law enforcement that gets after you if you do stupid things. Limited support for steering wheel and shifter controllers, and much more. Doing stupid things, by the way. If you kill someone, the police will come after you and you end up in jail, and you've got literally two things that you can do. You can either A, spend your entire sentence in prison as intended and then be let out, or B, you can drown yourself in the toilet and start over. That's a thing that you could do. No, big stretch. Even with all the fun and interesting things, there's still terrible coldness and darkness of Finnish winter that makes life dangerous, depressing, and tiring. It is hard to keep track of even the time of day. The world around seems to go forward, but the player is spiraling even deeper in the pit that was establishing already in the original game. Be warned. This game is for players who already mastered the challenge of My Summer Car. Definitely not recommended for any player not familiar with the original installment. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have a prison system, they have the commerce system, they have the survival system, they have the life simulator system, they have the building system, they have realistic engine faults, they have a bunch of different... They have the racing system, they have everything. It's great. It really, really is. So what do you think? What do you guys think? This came out literally 2 days before New Year's. Sounds scary for you to play. Nice reviews. Let's check out the reviews. Let's see. Of course, it's getting a thumbs up. I've been waiting for this game for years, and it's just as irritating and annoying as the first game. True. Started the game, drank a case of beer, went for a drive, started sliding on the highway, kissed a tree. 10 out of 10. True. Left house, scraped ice off windows, drove to the pub, drank, left pub, hit a semi, died. Started new game. It's one of those games where you're just suffering through the boring shit called real life, and only after a while do you actually get the reward. If you're interested in those types of games, then I'd say it's a great one for that. It took me 50 hours to get the project car on the road, as you'd expect, though. It wasn't insanely rewarding and made everything worth it. If you need an easier game, this game's predecessor exists, and you probably should play it before playing this one. For a game that was released a couple days ago, it barely had any bugs for me, while others have had lots. Fair. Might be the best sequel ever made. It's a little bit harder than My Summer Car, but has more features than even out the gameplay, like starting off with a car instead of having to build your own. The game is 10 out of 10. Coming from MSC, this game is as hardcore as its predecessor, still retains the original soul, extremely recommended. I fell into the sewage well and had to take the bus back to the truck, yet I kept playing. My tractor got stuck between trees after flying 30 meters into the air while pushing it, and I had to revert to the save. Yep, yet I kept playing. I lost taxi customers because I didn't take their luggage and got stuck in the snow. Yet I kept playing. Which is awesome. Games where I have to pee and poop, it's scary because I forget to do it sometimes in real life due to ADD. Well, here's the cool thing. You have bars. I think in My Summer Car it was on the bottom left. No, sorry, top left. Where you got, and they were all color-coded. So you got your yellow one, which was your pee meter, your brown one, which is your poop meter. You had a gray one, which was your stress meter, which was linked to smoking. So the more you smoked, the less stress you had. You had a red one, which was for food, and you had a blue one, which was for hydration. And then you also had There was another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. But either way, best way I found to do it, and this saves a lot of money, if you're starting to get thirsty, chances are you also already have to pee. So all you have to do is put the camera all the way up and piss right in your mouth. You take care of your piss and you take care of your thirst at the same time. That's an actual game mechanic. Buckle your seatbelt. Like literally, in-game, remember to buckle your seatbelt or you will die. Several times. I love it. He's already got, in less than 5 days, he's already got 3,700 reviews, which is insane. So what do you guys think? Is it time to go back? Is it time to go back to Finland? Freezing cold, broken destitute, car won't start, card declined on a single pack of sausages, rent overdue, turned on the game. We need a finish and finish. I'm kind of thinking so. The only thing that disappointed me is I can't remove ice from the windows by pissing on it, but game is still in early access, so I hope that gets added. Fair. Woke up freezing, got dressed, got out of the house, scraped the ice off the car, turned on the car and waited for it to warm up, drove around the finished landscape not knowing where to go because it was all white, lose control because of the snow, crash and die in a tree, forgot about my seatbelt. 10 out of 10. Get the game. Go outside and start car. Struggle for 30 minutes trying to figure out how to scrape the windshield. Finally figures it out. Battery dies. Leaves it on charger and sleeps in game. Drive to get alcohol because player is alcoholic. Drives to workplace for interview and gets a speeding ticket because speed trap on highway. Interview and get the job. Drive back home and lose control because snow and dies. This game is 1.7 times harder than MSC. I went to sleep and woke up to the sound of my neighbor's TV on full volume and lost all my fatigue in the middle of the night. I went to go check on my neighbor and they were passed out drunk on the floor. That sounds about right. Drive car to gas station, get beer case at gas station, drive to work, get speeding ticket, crash into tree going 140 kilometers an hour. Overall lovely game. This is why you drink before bed. Well, see, here's the thing, Crit. Beer is the only thing to drink other than tea and water, but beer is the most easily accessible thing to get. Because beer is incredibly cheap over there, so you'll end up with a case of like 30 beers, right? Versus having to possibly deal with frozen pipes in your house when you go and try and get the sink to run. Or when you go to try and make tea to put it on the kettle. And when it comes to the tea kettle, you have to find the tea kettle or possibly buy the tea kettle. Plus you have to buy the tea bags in order to make tea to begin with. Otherwise, all you have is boiled water, which doesn't actually do you any good. So beer is like the thing that you drink. Started the game, got drunk, got the car stuck, got hit by a bus. 10 out of 10 would do it again. Highly recommend for masochists who love waking up each morning and getting punched right in the nuts. True. So true. Buy the game. Piss on the snow. Snow doesn't turn yellow. Be disappointed. Realize the game just came out. Get drunk and piss on yourself. True. Wake up at 5 a.m. to get to work on time. Freezing cold and complete darkness. Drink a bottle of beer and wash it down with water to help with raging alcohol problem. Go to the parking lot and spend a good 10 minutes scraping the windows off my car. Car just barely starts up. Arrive to work. Work 8 hours in a dead-end sweatshop. Colleagues and brain-dead fools discussing either their hangover or how they are going to get drunk after work. Only sunshine seen during lunch hours from the cafeteria windows. Work ends, it's cold and dark again. Speeding camera flashes on the way home, stress levels increase. Finally arrive home too fatigued to do anything useful, boot up computer and play my winter car. That's awesome. Great game. Hauska Suomalainen Vitsitasa. Don't eat yellow snow. Everyone at PSK, count your days. Timo deserves better. True. We need Timo. Woke up, spent a few minutes learning the controls, got in the car, drove to Timo's, got a bit drunk, car didn't start to get home, went back into the store, blacked out drunk, woke up in my house, starved to death. Nice. These are so good. Great sequel to MSC. Already killed Pena and pissed on the cashier in PSK. High praise for this game. And in my 6 years of playing topless gun games, I've never been disappointed. True. I did it. I bought fuel without a guide with my own Swedish real-world experience. I feel stronger, more powerful. I'm ready for you, wintry landscape. I will beat you like I did my summer car. You will be defeated. I shall not fail, never. Nice. Just want to quickly buy the Rivet. Spun out and crashed on my way there with the sorbet. Or sorbet. Died. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I can't form my own thoughts, so I have to wait until the tutorial drops. Oh, God. No sex. Wake up early. It's dark outside. Crank starter for a minute. Almost freeze to death while waiting for blower to heat up. Drive to your dead-end job. Almost slide into a ditch a few times on icy roads, listen to your coworkers harassing you, drink beer sneakily to relieve your alcoholism symptoms. It's dark outside. Why is... hello? Oh, hang on. There we go. I was like, what the fuck? It's dark outside. Crank starter for a minute. Almost freeze to death while waiting for blower to heat up. Speed through police checkpoint. Wrap your project car around a tree. Finally drive home. Escape your real life struggles to my winter car. Yeah. Oh, I think this is going to be a fun one. I really do. So what do you think? Should we return to my winter car on Monday? Or should I say not return to my winter car, but return to Finland? What do you guys think? The bizarre structure observed from orbit appears to be the ruined estate of a wealthy noble. Further searching reveals remains of an envirodome, a landing pad, a main manor, and a servant's quarters. It is impossible to determine what exactly happened there. The search team has found something truly disturbing in the main hall, an opulently clothed skeleton sitting at the dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with old blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plates are clearly human. No other remains have been found on the estate. Search through the remains for anything valuable. Scout team returns to some expensive weapons taken from the skeleton. After finishing their report, they hurry away whispering prayers. An assault las gun, huh? Just on vacation. Vox notification from the Augur crew drowns out the usual noise on the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention of either the ship or its owner. As you consider your course of action, the ship's captain contacts you first. Introducing himself as the Pilgrim, the captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. Ask why the Pilgrim needs them. Captain's coarse laughter echoes through the Vox. Phlogiston is a part and parcel of many different aspects of life in the Imperium. How exactly his customers are going to use it is none of his concern. All that the Pilgrim promises is that the phlogiston will be used for the good of humanity. Pascal becomes visibly animated at the mention of phlogiston. Though indifferent to the prospect of a deal with the shadowy individual, the Magos nonetheless recommends you find out more about the phlogiston deposits. Your own protectorate would benefit from the knowledge. Sister Argenta sincerely believes the words of the Pilgrim. A cowl or a golden aquila are no prerequisites for his being true servant. If the captain sincerely wants to help the Imperium, perhaps by his own methods, there's nothing questionable about extending a helping hand. Propose a deal. Valuable information in exchange for phlogiston. Captain of the Dark Piercer is in the best of spirits in gratitude for your invaluable help. Sends you a small box containing ancient maps and documents. They appear to speak of a certain Imperial world lost many centuries ago. Then in somewhat conspiratorial tone, the Pilgrim relates a story about a standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question, sadly enough, died at the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on the coordinates for the crash site of the Xenos ships. However, the Pilgrim knows for a fact that the vessel met its demise on an ocean world. Bid farewell. Okay. Chart new routes. Give me something, please. Okay, well. Save the Eldari survivors. Dead man's chest. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's see if we can save them. That's one hell of a star. Where the hell am I? Space battle. Violent battle is unfolding before the rogue trader's eyes. Patrol ships from the Corda fleet are tearing apart two small Eldari vessels. Once they are finished with them, the Void ships give chase after the third already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Irliet calls out to the Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only the rogue trader's intervention can save her kin from the massacre. Send a message to Corda's fleet, ordering them to stop the battle. The Voxmaster relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle and soon returns with a reply. According to the Corda ships, this group of Xenos are malicious criminals. They are guilty of raiding this system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Corda's Void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Irliet sullenly watches the unfolding chase through stained glass windows of the Captain's bridge. She grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished except her kin are, or were, flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as theirs simply lack the firepower to do so. The Monkey are lying. Analyze the intact Xeno ship. Okay. Demand Corda's warships cease fire immediately and retreat. Dynasty Patrol will defend the Protectorate's borders, be it from invading Xenos or from the threat of another rogue trader. Prepare for battle. Done. I am legitimately trying to help these Eldari. Okay.
Unleash a barrage of destruction. Full ahead. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Send our enemies to the void. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Nice.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Okay.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Unleash the power of our land.
They opened up. It's time to strike.
Nice. Hell yes.
Rain destruction upon our enemies. Lock on and launch. Rain destruction upon our enemies.
Nice.
I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Unleash a barrage of destruction. Set course with all haste. Full ahead. Deliver their demise.
Nice. Dead. Not dead. Wow. Nice. Nice.
Set course with all haste. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
I mean, shit, let him do something, right?
Lock on and launch. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Send our enemies to the void. Rain destruction upon our enemies.
There we go.
No coming back from that.
Nice. By the Lord Captain's order, House Corda's ships have been annihilated. Meanwhile, the wounded Xeno ship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it is met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more xenotechnology can endure before the irreparable happens. The Eldari are too scared and resentful of the monkey for the recent deaths of their kin to answer incoming hails. Despite this, Irliet is certain that she can convince them to cooperate with the Elentok if she is allowed to speak with them. Let her speak with her kin. She appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot make them trust Monkey. The pain of loss fills the Eldari hearts. Only recently did the humans destroy 2 vessels of the children of Asurion, and now they offer aid. Worse, they offer aid through the mouth of their captive sister. No, the Eldari will not fall for this trick. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the next monkey vessel, the Eldari overload their void ship's drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain. Before the eyes of 100 officers, the Xeno ship flashes a fiery light blue through the stained glass windows as thousands of tiny shards disperse across the system. The British officers openly rejoice, offering prayers to the Emperor. Today, the Expanse is cleansed of more filth, the enemies of humanity. What is this if not his providence? And only the thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop of intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Irliet's soul is numbered, she turns to the Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for their attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Sometime after, Irliet comes to Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Ellentok still tried to lend a helping hand. In gratitude, as she promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. That's sad. That is sad. Well, it's not that I feel bad or anything like that because of, because I couldn't do it. It's that I feel bad because that's what the story wants you to feel. And they did a good job with it. Planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery. A mirror lying right in the center of a huge crater, a completely ordinary mirror in a frame by all appearances in pristine condition. Destroy it immediately. Crew blasts the crater, raising a cloud of dust that blocks the auger array, confirming the mirror's destruction is impossible for the time being, but it could not have survived such a powerful explosion. Definitely not. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Fuck the mirror. I don't deal with mirrors. Vigilant member of the Augur crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed. Send out a boarding shuttle. The squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion has laid waste to the ship's system, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior is full of Aldari corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely the crew of the now defunct ship. Xenos Irliet claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Eldari's clothes. They were civilian refugees from craft world Crudarach. Damn, these Eldari are not having a good day. Nothing. Aldari, I'm assuming. Can't be pirates, because they wouldn't be there for, along with a rogue trader battle against Xenos. But Drukhari? I could totally see.
I'll be your beacon in the darkness.
Yeah, those are Drukhari.
Set course with all haste. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. We have a destination to reach. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Lock on and launch. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. I want to hear the macro cannons roar!
Me too, actually.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Set course with all haste. We have a destination to reach. Unleash a barrage of destruction. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Oh. This thing's already fucked.
Fade into nothing.
Deliver their demise.
Nice.
Send our enemies to the void. I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
Nice, actually. Holy shit.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Too far out, but that's okay. Yeah, but melta cannons are like really close range. Some of the yeah, okay, he was trying to run for it, but
I'll enjoy writing up this report.
nice. Easy peasy. Next. I really wished I could have helped the Eldari survivors, but yeah, it didn't go well. Okay. Deal with the disrupted shipments and bring Heinrichs to Kiava Gamma, which we have to do anyway. Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiava Gamma, the main industrial world of the Von Valancias dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprek have been unsuccessful. But wait, the Voxmaster is silent for a few seconds. Lord Captain, a new report. Kiava Gamma is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept it? Reply with our own request. As you command, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster switches to a nearby comm channel to relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Lord Captain reporting. The Manufactorum is ignoring all other requests and continues to send us its own. The longer we do not accept their messages, the stronger and more persistent the incoming signals become. I've never seen anything like. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear the tirades of garbled binaric code of low chuckles of machinery. Lord Captain, interference detected in the compartment's Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the void ship. What is this? Start of picked recording. This is a new thing to me. Void Ship's bridge sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of the candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of Voxes, shouts can only be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost contact with all compartments. Decipher the Vox transmissions at all costs. Proceed, a team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console, another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream, a tech priest who was in mid-prayer tears himself to pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portion of picked recording damaged after contact with unknown object. An enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he rushes to help the crew. The image on the pict is fuzzy, but nothing but glimpses of people shouting, racking in the Lord Captain's orders. Within minutes, the crazed crew members are either dead or bound and unconscious. The officers clustered around the Lord Captain are barely breathing, but unharmed. Scrap Code, the voice belongs on the deck engine seer who has turned to Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with Scrap Code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint and it is now running through the ship's veins. Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there is a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop. The pipes over the officer's heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. His servo skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling electricity and death cry. Gas on the bridge, a junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. Gives order to evacuate immediately. The Rogue Trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters. Get the wounded to the exit. The officers repeat his orders. When the servo skull following the Rogue Trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The Rogue Trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the Rogue Trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush his lungs with air. Then he straightens, smooths his uniform, and heads toward a goal known only by him. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in the dark hall, illuminated only in the flickering of emergency lumens. Curt orders, someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and blood stains, and on the floor by the terminal, a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his ports. The Lord Captain decides to take his chances, restoring the terminal. The Rogue Trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into his face, but he's confident in his manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up till now. When the machines went out of control and started turning people insane, others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. He decides to head to the maintenance bay himself. He arrives not a moment too soon. The crew, frightened out of their wits, have already cornered the priests of the Omnissiah and are about to execute him. The Lord Captain stands between the angry mob and the tech priests, his sheer presence already giving the crowd pause. Harshly cutting off any objections from the crew, the rogue trader orders the officers he gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers out and set up a guard post outside the bay where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. Walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis is past. Although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever, even though the people are surrounded by destruction. The senior officers have the situation under control and the people have been organized. The emergency crew have already finished repairing the pipes. The technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the rogue trader runs into the Voxmaster. Praise the Emperor. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comms channels. Soon, all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Lord Captain, Voxmaster's voice is quivering with exhaustion. The situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Whew. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Kiava Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending an away party to the planet's surface. Vox clicks as Heinrich joins the channel. Time has come to remind you about our engagement, Barnabas. I must be present in your entourage during your expedition to Kiava Gamma. I'm counting on your cooperation. The crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain. Wow. Well, that was a fucking thing. Holy shit. My God. No. Oh. Okay. I got a headache. I gotta turn this camera off. Turn this camera off so I can turn the fucking lights off. Oh my God. Give me a second. It wouldn't be so bad if I wasn't so just, like, exhausted from this past week. But, yeah. Oh. Ooh, thank you for the stretch, Aelin. This week has just been fucking insane. And thank you for the hydrate. I'll actually just do it again. Fuck it. So what do you think, Aelin? I had to go save your cat. Oh, no. So what do you think, Aelin? Should we go back to Finland on Monday? She got stuck on the top of the closest closet shelf. Yeah, that sounds about right. She got stuck in the closet. Oh boy. So what do you think? Finland on Monday? My Winter Car came out. The video game My Winter Car, which is the sequel to My Summer Car. It takes place in Finland. It is only in early access, but I'm thinking we go to Finland on Monday. That's what I'm thinking. Because this is a good game, don't get me wrong, but I feel like this is one of those games where it's like, you play it for a little bit, and then you stop, and you go do a couple other things, then you come back, you play it for a little bit, and yada yada yada. You know what I mean? Which, not a bad thing. Take breaks in between, yeah. Yeah. I had a game for you to look at. Okay. Let me read this really quick. Dwarf planet is marked on the Von Valancia's protectorate as Atley and serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Atley hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago, but much to your officer's surprise... Excuse me, the augurs detect an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other materials. Contact the Extractium's Vox station. The Extractium turns out to be Incendia Corda's latest investment, whose Demesne is located within just a few jumps of the Krennic system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valancia's dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. Let's see... Rogue Trader decides to keep the Extractium for himself with all the workers and servitors. Your people easily assume control as the frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist. The Extractium's machines are restarted shortly after. The amassed containers filled with precious ore are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold. Get fucked. Okay, let me check this out. Let's see. Barcore? Oh no. If it'll ever come up. Come on, Steam, hurry up. Why is Steam taking so fucking long? Hello?
Time for your next mission, Agent. What lies ahead will take everything you've got. Don't hold back, and remember, failure is not an option. You must be agile, and like us.
Come on, Steam, hurry the fuck up. Jesus.
Time for your next mission, Agent.
Try that again.
What lies ahead will take everything you've got. Don't hold back, and remember, failure is not an option. You must be agile, and like a squirrel. Creative and aware of your... your surroundings.
Unless maybe there's something wrong with Steam. I don't know what's going on. I'll do this. We'll give it a minute. Let it load. Maybe. Yeah, we'll let it load. When does this come out anyway? Does it say? No, it just says 2026. Interesting. Calling all voice actors, last 2 days for the audition. Well, the recent discussions around AI in games decided to do something very simple. Our AI character gets a real human voice. We're officially running a public voice casting for Alf Red, the AI companion who guides Agent Thunder throughout Barcor. Some of you may remember our open casting for Thunder himself. The response was incredible, and it proved one thing very clearly: great characters deserve great human voice. So yes, while the obvious choice might be to generate an AI voice with AI, that's not what we believe in. We believe that all characters, even AI ones, should be written, designed, and performed by real people. This is the final call. Yes, continue. Okay. Gender none, AI entity, male voice. Artificial companion, a stoic, who once in a while tries to be sarcastic, but it's a computer program. It was made to assist agents. It doesn't have its own goals. Emotionless, precise, analytical, later more human and friendlier. It is not chatty, spiritual, or human, at least at first. It values order and working with the plan. Chaos, Thunder's witty jokes. That's what it despises and dislikes. Ways of speaking: emotionless, robotic. Occasionally, Alfred will activate scripts responsible for forced laughing. After installing the module, it gradually becomes friendlier and starts showing some human emotions like fear or Agent Thunder in dangerous situations. Audition lines. Okay. Your next mission will take place in a French amusement park owned by the twins you have seen in the castle, Joe and Kerith. Second half of the game: good luck, Agent. Oh, and remember to take some of the nice pictures while you're there. First half: the escape zone has been set at the cathedral rooftop. Keep in mind that the whole location is still in the alert mode. More human-like: oh, and remember, destroying the main gate will probably alert every guard standing behind it. If you don't feel like fighting, try to find another way. Alright. Preparing response 31. Ha! That was a good one, Thunder. More human-like. Use your parkour skills, dummy. Affirmative, but do not get distracted, Agent. The corridor! Run, Thunder, now! Freestyle special lines are very welcome. Remember about both the robotic and human-like lines. There's a public demo of the game available on Steam, which may interested. Please send your application. The audition deadline, 5th of January. P.S. Remember to include links to your portfolio and website. Auditions less than 5 meg are preferred as an attachment. I don't have any sort of portfolio. I mean, well... the only portfolio stuff I can really give is stuff that I've been doing on here. Yeah, I could try for it. I could definitely try for it, for sure. That's cool. That's actually really cool.
Time for your next mission, Agent. What lies ahead will take everything you've got. Don't hold back, and remember, failure is not an option. You must be agile, like a squirrel. Creative and aware of your surroundings. Sneaky, like a chameleon. And dare I remind you about your favorite toys?
Huh.
Most importantly, as the best agent, you must always be willing to throw punches. You like a dog. Thunder, be advised, this mission will not be easy. The fate of the world is in your paws. No pressure.
I mean, it looks pretty good. It definitely looks pretty good. And I'm definitely not opposed to, at least trying and sending stuff to them. I'll have to get that stuff together maybe later tonight. Because tomorrow, well, yeah, literally tomorrow's the last day for it. So I'll have to get that together tonight. But it's doable. Try the demo on Steam too if you want. I mean, it seems fun. I was just here. What's wrong with me? Definitely seems like maybe Stray or maybe a little squirrel with a gun as well. Hmm.
Rain destruction upon our enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't look bad at all. Nope, can't do anything there.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Okay.
Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Oh, shit. It just rammed Heartless. Okay.
Deliver their demise. Let the macro cannon sing their deadly litany. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Nice.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Lock on and launch.
Yeah, let's go up in this way. Gonna hurt. Nice.
Unleash a barrage of destruction. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Nice. Okay.
Set course with all haste.
And then I still have this.
Bring doom to our enemies.
Nice. Nice. Oh, it's gonna suck. Ow.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Send our enemies to the void.
Okay. Yes.
I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
Nice. Do it again.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Do it again.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
And that's a miss, but that's okay. I'll take a miss. That's fine. There. Good. Nice. Flagship's augers can scan the area for favorable tactical positions. While the flagship is in such a position, its evasion is increased by 35. Duration 2 rounds, plus 1 round for every 20 points in the Master of Etheric's awareness skill. Well, that's not bad. Close to the end of the chapter 2 of this game anyways, in terms of main quests. Okay. Flagship speed is increased by plus 2, and its maneuverability increased by 1. The bonus damage dealt by the Void Ship Ram based on the distance traveled is increased by 100%. Okay. The end of each turn, the most damaged sector of the flagship shields restores up to 50% of its strength. Okay. Boarding party. Flagship launches a boarding party to infiltrate an enemy ship, starting internal fires and possibly causing engine damage that cripples the ship for 1 round. Ooh. I like this. And then I also like maximum overdrive. Nice. Stuck on that thing I've seen you jump up and down on? Oh, you're talking about the cat. Gotcha. Nice. What are you? Hang on. Assault Scanners provides void ship weapons with targeting data, granting 80% hit chance and 15% crit hit. So it's a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, change that shit out now. Nice. Not like insanely better, but hey, 15% is 15% compared to 5. I think it's because you were asleep for so long. It's entirely possible. Okay, gotta bring Heinrichs. I really like Solomorn. Fuck, I actually really like all of them, if I'm being honest. I have no idea how many chapters this game has. I have absolutely no clue. Well, let me see something. How many chapters does Rogue Trader have? Rogue Trader has a prologue and 5 main chapters with the narrative progressing through these distinct acts, each introducing new areas, characters, and escalating challenges as the player explores the Cronus Expanse. Chapter lengths vary significantly, with Chapter 2 being quite extensive due to the exploration, and Chapter 5 being the shortest, concluding the main story, says DualShockers. Okay. So, Chapter 1 is levels 1 through 15, approximately. 2 is levels 16 through 30. 3 is 31 through 36. 4 is 37 through 42. And 5 is 43 through 45. Okay. It says expect a substantial RPG with 5 core acts, plus a prologue, offering dozens of hours of gameplay, especially if you dive deep into the exploration and side quests. I'm barely at the end of Chapter 2 right now. Yeah. And there's a lot of side stuff. There's tons and tons of side stuff. So we got Heinrich, Solomorn, we got Pascal. I'm thinking for the time being we might leave Argenta. And we'll bring Kibella. Because Kibella is good at CC, but also one-on-one. That's what I'm thinking. Because we have Heinrichs, and Heinrichs he's good at point to point. Solomorn, he's okay for CC, but he's definitely more one-on-one. But he's got the dog, which helps tremendously. Pascal is really good against machines, and also hits like a freight train when he hits. Cassia is really good at CC, and Kibella is really good either one-on-one or with CC. That's what I'm thinking for this one. Heinrich frowns as his eyes sweep over the Manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we are too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Phonetic arias of alarm stream out of Pascal's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic broken rhythm, you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. The Cybermastiff's visor flickers continuously as if he's trying to process an overwhelming influx of data. The dog leans forward with a slight growl, but then obediently goes still again at his master's side.
You're right, Glado. Something is definitely wrong, and we will know that very soon.
Remind me, what is your mission on Kiavagama? I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the Cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiavagama indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity and try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world, and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. Heinrich pauses, straining to hear something. If, that is, there is anyone left here to speak to. Any suggestions on how to proceed? To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. We'll learn nothing by standing here. Let's go. The interrogator nods, continuing to stare into the surrounding gloom. Yeah, there's no way any of this is good. We are going to level people up. Just stand there and Doggo takes care of everything? No, Solomorn's really, really good. He's really good because if he gets close range, you have a lot of people that can't hit him because he's got the shield, and then he's also got the knockback and prone from the shotgun at close range, which is awesome. And depending on how many people are there, and in the same direction as he's firing, you can knock back and prone multiple people, which is really, really nice. Direct damage, the target must pass an agility resistance test with -6 penalty, becomes slowed. I like that. Gains 50% dodge against their overseer's attacks, which, I mean, fair, I guess. Okay. Take that. Moving through these bloodstained cells cost the executioner 0 MP. That's cool. Each subsequent hit scored by the Cybermastiff against the apprehended enemy deals 0... this one drives me nuts. 2 ammo bags. For automatic protection. Protected ally ignores attacks of opportunity. Ooh, that's actually really good. Go with strength. He's going to take a few because I got all this shit to level up on him. Having him means having an extra unit that does not take any space in your team. If that's the case, nice. So any as an overseer, you can have the Cyber Mastiff. You can have the Cyber Eagle. You can have a Cyber Raven. I believe there's a Cyber Serpent. And then there's also Servo Skulls. Every single one of those, you can only choose one. But as you can see, Cassia up here is an Overseer as well. So she has the Cyber Eagle. Solomorn is an Overseer, so he has the Cyber Mastiff. So these two are just automatically there in my party, and I control them through each of their people. And Adira has Servo Skulls. So if I had Adira, Cassia, and Solomorn, that would be 3 extras. They do not, you don't have to pick them. They're just automatically there. If you pick the Overseer, their pet comes with them. What was Resilient Bacon again? Oh, yeah. Defense stance is always good to have. We'll do Medicae. Each stack of Unyielding Bacon. I mean, we like Unyielding Bacon, so yeah. Eternal Glory. The first time the momentum reaches 200 during the Psyker's turn, the Psyker gains +5 to all characteristics, 1 to resolve, 1 to deflection, 1 to all damage that the Psyker deals till the end of the combat. Done. I like it. Can't do strength. I will do toughness. Psalms of Heroes. Psyker side ratings increase by 1 until the end of combat every time an ally uses a heroic act. Nice, actually. All enemies in 2-cell radius around the Vanguard suffer a -8 penalty to dodge against all attacks except the Vanguards. If any of these enemies consider the Vanguard a priority target, those enemies suffer a -11 penalty to dodge instead. Holy shit, okay. Every turn, the first use of an assassin ability costs 0 AP. I really like that. In battle, no, okay. You're missing how this goes. There is no maximum space. There's no literal maximum space for your party. You get to choose 6, but if you choose somebody that has a pet, their pet automatically gets added to the party. So if you choose 6 people and 2 of them have a pet, then you end up with 8 on the battlefield. That's how it works. Let me do this. Hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm about to show you. These are 6 people in your party. 2 of them are overseers. This is how they'd be lined up on the battlefield. If you have 2 overseers, ta-da, ta-da. Now you have 2 more on the battlefield. There you go. So if you really wanted to, and you really wanted to make everybody an overseer, yes, you'd have a total of 12. If you wanted to make every single person in your party of 6 an overseer, then you'd have a grand total of 12 fighting. Yes. Okay. Good. Now, save. Paint is always helpful. That's a lot of servitors.
We are bound
Fuck
by
it.
the blood of martyrs.
Corrupted. Before you use an ancient but wholly typical console intended for use by people not trained in the mysteries of ministering to the machine spirits, the cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from its metallic casing, a telltale sign that the machine is working. View the log. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. The vast data repositories contain millions of strings related to receiving raw materials for processing, shipping processed metals, and schedules for sacred rituals to be performed over the machines coming off the production line. The Manufactorum once operated like one gargantuan, well-oiled mechanism. The last record is from 2 months ago. Ouch. The cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handles, switches, and other control mechanisms. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. Hidden by the protection of the machine spirit. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of controls, and you get what you want. The instrumental terminals have already been replaced, and the material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the fabricator censor and his votaries, and there are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction is death, and I must be returning to our great work. Praise be to the truth that will reveal the path to the knowledge shrouded in darkness. Oh boy. Praise be to the Omnissiah, whose might and power transforms dead metal and to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. The new protocols received at the synod from the great fabricator censor have been executed, despite those who shuddered at the thought of changing the standard procedure. Embolden your hearts, those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations, for the fabricator censor is the conduct of the higher will and the wisest among us. Today, at the Supreme Assembly, the fabricator censor unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant to heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost to be replaced by new ones, which the fabricator censor will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. But the databanks contain no notion of truth. There could there have been maybe the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me, an error in the fabricator censor's calculations, and he meant to say serving the quest for knowledge.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
So the fabricator censor's corrupt. That's what it sounds like.
Has its limits.
I think Deluxe Edition only just has the season pass and the DLCs, right?
Your mind is swathed in blue-gray smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy color for heavy thoughts, I presume?
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orselio. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Actually, let me do a thing here, because it's been a minute. He needs stuff. It does list having the season pass. The season pass will get you both DLCs. I don't know about the third DLC, but it'll at least give you both DLCs, I believe. So, I mean, it's entirely up to you, but I would definitely recommend the DLCs either way. That's for sure. They're only going to allow me to do one, huh? Screw it, we'll give him that. Armor. What does he currently have for armor? A flak vest. Dodge penalty 0.75. No dodge penalty. Can't be equipped anyway. Same dodge penalty, that's not terrible. But armor goes up. Okay. And then weapons. He's got a Biomancer staff, which is kind of crap. He does have a Force sword, though, which is really nice. Mazoa pattern sword, we'll give him that. Absolutely. Actually, serrated great sword. That might actually be better for him, right? No, it's two-handed. Shit. Anver Chainsword, 12 to 16. 10 to 17. That's one-handed, though. That's really good. Give him a maul. There. And then Kibella. What do you have? You got a Soul Pattern Chainsword. You got a Mars Pattern Sword. So, Spinner's Blade, Mars Pattern Sword does more damage and more armor pen. Does more damage and more armor pen. What about this? Anver Chainsword is 12 to 16. So let's do this. And then 20 and 20. I can do that. So she's now got 2 chain swords, which is kind of fucking insane. What is this one? Power sword. 12 to 14, armor pen 20. It'd be down from 8 to 12. 10% parry, though. Yeah, I'll leave it like this. That's fine. And then go to usable. Give her this. Cassia, I don't think can be used. Oh, she can. Okay, cool. Do this. Solomorn can't use them yet, which sucks, but it is what it is. Crack grenade. Yes. He can use these. Keebler can use these. Give him another one of these. Nice. And then we go back to Heinrichs. Notable. Maybe? No. Accessories. Here we go. No. No, can't do that anyway. Automatic weapons, no. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage till the end of combat. Not terrible. I like that. Those are nice. Using grenades costs -1 AP for the wearer. Enemy suffers 2 additional damage from the wearer's thing. Coat grants the wearer 10% parry reduction and 5% armor pen for melee attacks. That's actually really nice. The wearer is immune to burning. Also, whenever the wearer ends their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. That's really good. Wearer's incoming damage is reduced by 0. I'll give him this for a cape. That's really nice. What about these? Wearer's toughness increased by 5. Definitely. As dogmatic adherent, lower lore will depend on fellowship instead of intelligent. No, I'm not worried about that. I still need gloves for him. Where the pair to melee attacks with their ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. That's kind of weird. I don't have any other gloves, huh? Interrogation goggles. Yeah, I mean, I might as well just do these. That's fine. Okay. Go back here. Coercion. Castigator. Grants the wearer's ranged attacks +2 damage. -10 penalty of deception for all attacks made against the wearer to all enemies in a 2-cell radius from the wearer, which means they have to be up close. Sure. Fuck it, why not? $15 bonus to commerce. I don't care about that. Okay. Should be good. What about you? +2 damage? Fuck it. Why not? Okay. This cape lowers all enemies' perception by -5 within a 5-cell radius. Actually, pretty good. They immediately remove one of the effects on them in the following: burning, toxin, and bleeding. That's actually pretty good too. Fuck. And there are no weapons I think she can really use. Now let's see. We got a shock baton, which 14 to 20 though is pretty good. Put that down there. So now she's at least got something for melee. No, same thing. Same thing. Can't use this one. Nope. Okay. Massive cogwheel constantly drives the colossal gear system, which is lost in the haze. Aelin, what's up? Oh, did you? Nice. What did that say? A tome containing revelations of the Omnissiah recorded in special binaric dialect. Only a member of the cult Mechanicus with a key to this cipher may partake of the wisdom of the machine god. Cool. That's exciting. How'd it come out?
Let us walk this path to the end.
Thank you, Spectre. The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmetic. A click, a clank, a barely audible hiss, and only then the tech priest Vox finishes the word. Identification. Put it in Discord? Ooh, okay. Request denied. Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson, registering anomalous behavior within this servant's organics and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised. Examine the tech priest. You carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest, the stench of rotten meat. Glado bares his teeth and Solomorn quickly tugs at his collar to calm him down.
Whatever blight has afflicted him is dangerous enough that it almost set off Glado's self-defense protocols. I've only seen this happen once before.
Who are you? Tech Priest clicks his relay. Magos Custos of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2-0, identification. Where is the Fabricator Sensor? I will only speak with the person in charge of this manufactorum. Denied. The irregularity demands of Execution Protocol 39-42 in accordance with the Fabricator Sensor's decree. I will not be doing anything until I meet with the Fabricator Sensor. Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended. Tech Priest draws his weapon, and as his robe opens, your sensors are hit by a fetid wave of rot. Alright.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
Y'all motherfuckers wanted to do this, huh? Fuck it. Let's go. Let's rock.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Nice. Burnable.
As honor, my blade whispers your name. As the tenets demand. The shadows will see it done.
Nice. Good dodge. She'll keep these guys busy. I'm not worried about her.
I will not die in dishonor. Emperor, deliver us!
Okay. Solomorn. Wait, what is 4? Oh, double slug. Yeah, I don't want double slug.
Mark the target.
Get up, blast him.
I'll take it as a priority.
Nice.
It won't take long. The order is clear.
Nice.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Nice. So that was what? 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 5 attacks. With Solomorn and his dog. That's not bad. That ain't too shabby at all, actually.
Naturally.
Okay, endure.
I won't object to
Give
it.
this to him. Give this to him.
Glory.
Nice. Okay.
I need a foothold. I won't object to it.
Nice. Good. Oh, this is Barnabas. I was like, what the fuck? Nice. Cassia, yes, please.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Nice.
If I may.
Kibella, perfect.
As honor ordains. Caught by the web.
Nice. Shift 8. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, hang on. No, wrong one. Here, yes. Nice. Then shift 9. Target is invalid. Okay. So shift 9. Here. Strafe. Or not and just do nothing. That works too. Okay. Shift 4. Nice. And then...
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Good. Yes. Nice. Okay. Good.
I shall.
Nice. Good sport.
As the tenants demand.
Nice.
The shadows will see it done.
Nice. Solomorn again.
Understood.
Doggo again. Doggo again.
Let's test our skills, Galato.
Nice.
Get me a target.
Okay, 3, 2, nothing, huh? Unyielding guard until the next turn. Vanguard attempts to attack each enemy that attacks the Vanguard or their allies in a 3-cell radius around the Vanguard. To make this counterattack, if the Vanguard has enough MP, they can move toward the attacker. If the Vanguard moves, the area effect moves accordingly.
Someone's
Done.
death wish is mine to grant. But of course, Lord Captain.
Nice.
Let's see to it. Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Okay, and we're charging. Good.
Actions will speak louder than words.
That's fine.
The Emperor commands.
Cassia gets to move up here. Perfect.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Good. Here.
My commands are followed without hesitation. Now, something!
Okay. Shift 0.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Blinding strike. Good. Nice. Pascal.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Nice. Nice. Hell yes.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Be gone.
Nice. So now it's just this guy, which is insane.
A dance of blades and shadows.
One of us would be enough. I'll take it as a priority.
Rejoice in your defiance is futile. I won't suffer this. I will not be deterred.
Nice. Yeah, give it to Kevala.
I bring mercy and retribution. My blade whispers your name.
Good. Do it again. Nice.
Now, do something!
Nice.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Should be the death blow, hopefully. Oh, no line of sight? I can fix that.
As the tactical imperative dictates. My vow is to serve.
Nice. Nice.
The other side awaits.
Perfect. That worked out well, I think.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
What is this? Oh, it brings that back down. Okay. Fair enough.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Excuse me.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Grab that stuff. Lore. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. Okay, fair enough.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Put someone here, it's a good place to hide or set up another ambush. True. Blood mixed with machine oil is barely visible on the dark floor. Oh shit, no, don't do that. Jesus. Let's go down. Nice. Now we can go across here.
Know your duty.
Hello? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
That was weird. That was really weird. Okay, let's try this again. Why do they want to keep doing that? I don't understand. That's so weird.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Yeah, see, 3 of them just go up for no reason. And I don't understand it. It's like the AI pathing just absolutely took a crap for no reason.
Dare you! Don't you need a breathing navigator?
Just
Let
as
us
pure
walk
day.
this path to the end.
A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from the straps at its front. And you can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. Reminds me of a time in BG3 where you couldn't have more than 3 in your party to take a boat. I kind of remember that too. Yeah. What's this? Another one of the cultist's minions? Detect Reese cowers behind his hands, whimpering softly. No, I'm not a cultist. They tried to corrupt my mind with their heresy, but I ran. I am Manufactorum Lex Mechanic Zeta 86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 95, up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the belts, and then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with the scrap code, and did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment of thine own forged, be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86, your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. The icy rumble coming from Pascal's Vox causes the Lex mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition. How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of the unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen Magos to the Fabricator Censor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the Final Dawn. You don't act like the other priests who were infected with corruption. The Lex mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I used for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted, the scrap code is locked inside it like a beast in a cage, but anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see the silhouettes, hear their interference. I sense the malfunctions in my augmetics, but I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah and his benediction that shelters the weak from evil. No camera? I had it on for a couple of hours. Is it still the lights? Yeah. But I think it's also just me being tired. How you doing, Sophia? I think it's just like me being tired and the lights hitting my eyes are just causing strain. I think that's what it is. Heinrich tenses ever so slightly at the Lex mechanic's words. You see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act. You mentioned a monster. Is that some kind of weapon? No. Not these constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the Manufactorum. It is some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the Fabricator Censor saw that machine as special. It was special to him, and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics, who arrived at the Manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that were they able to switch the machine on. There's a Chaos Space Marine down there? Oh, shit. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever the cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering. How did your crazed comrades behave? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the Fabricator Censor himself, though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege! And I gotta sneeze again. Excuse me. You mentioned someone imprisoned on the lower levels. The lay servants of the main units. They live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. Thank you, Sophia. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and discovered the machines and cursed symbols. The Lex mechanic hesitates. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine holes. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You demonstrate exceptional prowess of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they used me for. He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetuated these atrocities and witnessed their obscenities. Sophia of Blessing. So true. Oh, also, Sophia. Fun thing will be happening on Monday. We will be going back to Finland. I don't know if we'll be able to see Sam Lake. I've never been to Finland. Are you getting the tickets? Well, here's the thing. There's a game that I used to play called My Summer Car, and the sequel to it, My Winter Car, just came out into early access. So, and it's a Finnish game. It's all made by a Finn, and everything is all in Finnish. But it is the only game where it's a life survival game. So you have to eat, you have to drink, you have to pee, you have to make sure you get enough sleep, you have to take jobs to make money so that you can buy parts for your car, you have to build your car, you have to do all of these different things. And one of the two notable things that you can do is if for whatever reason you really, really have to pee, and you're also severely dehydrated, is you can point the camera straight up and pee right in your mouth, and it'll take care of your peeing problem as well as rehydrate you. And if you end up going to jail because you end up killing somebody, you have two choices. Either do the entire sentence that they give you, or drown yourself in the toilet. Pretty tough decision. It is, especially when you do it on the way that I do it and others do it, which is permadeath mode, which means that if for whatever reason you die, you start over at the beginning. That's how you do it. You give the hand, you play the hand you're dealt, and if for whatever reason things go sour and you die, you start over. Yep. And it's in the cold Finnish winter. I never get anywhere with a game like that. It takes a little bit, but in My Summer Car, I was able to put together a car in less than 4 hours. That includes building the engine, building the transmission, mounting them into the car, doing the front and rear suspensions, doing all the brakes, bleeding all the brakes, putting all the wheels on, doing all the electronics, and doing all of the interior and making sure all the external lights and everything else work. And making it drivable. I could do that in less than 6 hours. And it was so much fun. You can be killed by bees. You can be killed by getting run over by a car, whether it be yours or others. If you don't put your seatbelt on and run into a tree, you go through the windshield and die. If your car flips over and you're not wearing your seatbelt, you die. If you starve, you die. If you are too dehydrated, you can die of dehydration. If you don't pee, you can die. If you just keep holding in your pee, you can absolutely die because you'll get sick. Apparently there's also a body temperature mechanic as well, so if you get too cold, you will fall asleep in the winter and die. Well, if you die often, you'll get better at putting your car together. You'll be able to put it together in like 5 hours. Yes. That's my thought process exactly. If for whatever reason, driving in the Finnish winter, you lose control of your car and you're not wearing your seatbelt and it slides, you may die by hitting a tree. Oh, I played My Summer Car. My Summer Car is just as hard. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun. And you have to also scrape your windshield. Because if you don't scrape your windshield wipers won't work, and you won't be able to see clearly what's coming at you or what is happening in front of you when you're driving, so you may end up losing control of the car or smashing into another car and die. Well, you can't pee on it yet. Well, no, that's not true. You can pee on it, but it won't melt the ice yet. So, yeah. It's gonna be a fun one. I might have a little trouble with this game. No, it'll be fun. It'll be funny. Because it's not very like the... Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean, right? My Summer Car, the graphics are very, very, very cartoony. So you don't have to worry about that. It's not like anything is going to be insanely graphic. Which is really nice. Here. This is My Summer Car.
I'll tell you why this is not a Funcam. Because only car that is assembled eventually breaks down. Cops do not care about your car. Watching rally is so addicting you burn your food. Dance band performs in playback. Nobody is paying you to play computer camera. Grandma keeps repeating the same old crap. Only death saves you from working all the time. In every competition you are most likely the slowest one. When you nail that hand tractor, nobody sees it. And when you file it, there are spectators witnessing. Car maintenance does not increase quality of life. and ignoring it can make things even worse.
That's my summer car. Oh, the early access trailer.
Early access on the highway is fatal. Early access to cylinder head leaves pistons out. Early access to shiny paint job does not make the car run. Early access to diesel engine takes time. Early access to car parts is expensive. Early access to car inspection is a fine. Early access to windshield wipers does nothing. Early access to empty radiator ends like this. Early access to storage a drive. Early access to driving might cause major engine failure. Early access sauna is a cold place. Welcome everybody.
And there you have it. There's my summer car. In a nutshell. No, kurwa is Polish, not Finnish. So we're going to do my winter car. Although I do like using the word kurva. It is a good word. Turn to Heinrichs. What do you make of it? The interrogator tilts his head. Servant of the Omnissiah, I must know more about the Final Dawn, the Fabricator Sensor, his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but the Lex Mechanic drops his head. Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmetic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I am convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. The Lex Mechanic taps a finger on the device hanging from his ear and several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. Heinrichs' expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and still the intact connectors protruding from under the Lex Mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. The cogitator being disconnected and reconnected to another machine. Lex Mechanic shakes his head in reproach. Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine's spirit. They were created to interact with the system of my true flesh, to innovate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy... In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmetic system, the Lex Mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard, but is now unavailable to recall. The Lex Mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him, and he begins to back away in fear. No, anything but that. I'll die. No. Oh, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please. I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator. At these words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he is reconsidering. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnissiah, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended. We cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. For the good of the Imperium, like a snake, Heinrich lunges at the Lex Mechanic, whose mouth opens in the beginnings of a squeal. Welcome back, Sophia. How you doing, Corgi? Hitting the babbling Lex Mechanic, Heinrich uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external cogitator, and then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. The Lex Mechanic struggles a few times, but with Heinrich's twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, the Lex Mechanic lets out a chilling howl and arches his back sharply. His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force. Cassia, who has been stoically observing everything, flinches and averts her gaze when the Lex Mechanic starts crushing his own fingers into a pulp. The scroll that creeps out of the inscriber's printer continues to grow, undulating in waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard over the hammering of keys. After several minutes, the Lex Mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed and blood is spattered all over the inscriber, but that does not stop him trying in vain to press the keys with the scraps of bones and skin that remain. Heinrich tears off the parchment and skims his eyes over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him. It will take time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from the Lex Mechanic's cogitator suggests something out of the nature of the cult's major preparations. Refitting the Manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears the local cogitator, whatever that may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created on the fabricator sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It is located here in the bowels of the Manufactorum. Heinrich casts a final look at the Lex Mechanic, now locked forever in a cycle of mindless motion, and turns away. We had better hurry. Poor guy. You gotta feel bad for him.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
25 critical damage, that's actually really good. Holy shit.
The Divine watches over us.
So how the hell do I get over there? I gotta go all the way around, which might be a problem. I'm not entirely sure.
This mortal flesh means nothing.
Fuck it.
Vengeance will be swift.
Just go through Steam. Who cares? Okay.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay, I have to go down. We know this. Okay, now let's see if I can unfuck this thing.
From idleness.
Where the hell is he? No. Why does he do that? I don't understand. Okay, let's choose Cassia.
You serve me and the God Emperor, Cyber Attendant.
Good. Now Pascal. Pascal is stuck in there too. So how about...
The web serves.
No.
What is it, rogue trader?
The Emperor's justice guides me.
I guide humanity between the stars.
Why?
Know your duty.
Let me see here. Hang on. Kiara Gamma for the first time went up the elevator to lower the bridge. Now my characters refuse to go down the elevator. Yes. Really? So apparently with Toy Box, there's a way to possibly TP everyone?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Well, let me see. Party. All. No. Okay, how? Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. So, wait a minute. Okay, so I can't do anything in there. Bag of tricks, maybe? Dice rolls, enemy stat, no. No. Camera, no. Not seeing anything there. Search and pick. What do you mean, find your destination? Or area entry. I have no idea what you're talking about. No. Area entry, okay. Yeah, this isn't giving me a whole lot of stuff. Areas, sector map, space combat area. That's not it. I don't know what any of these are. Do this. Map. Kiava Gamma Manufactorum. Okay. Return to Void Ship. No. Nothing. Nope. 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 Yeah, neither have I. Kiava Gamma Colony. But there's nothing here.
this is my death, may my blood be a worthy sacrifice.
No, shut up, you're fine. But how the hell do I get down there? I don't think I can just jump. Unless they're talking about this roundabout ass way, which doesn't make any sense either.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Ah, here we go.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Well, that sucks.
The Divine watches over us.
Oh boy. Oh shit. The massive Magos, clad in ritual garb, lets out a binaric trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binaric tirade, this time clearly addressed to you. Who in the void are you? You dare address me in the vile tongue of savages? Me, the steward of Kiamagama, lord of the machine world? Neopathetic spawn if you seek swift disposal. Kiamagama belongs to House von Valancius. With whose scion do you have the honor of speaking? You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will, a messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil? Very well, then your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Cubus Delphim. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiamagama Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory and you do not number among their legion servants. Therefore you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorator Pascal Hahnemann, declare this temple to the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator Censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued. Pascal switches to binaric and you hear dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still while others, obeying the Fabricator Censor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the Manufactorum's production cycle. Hahnemann? Liar, you are not him. Demence Hahnemann obeys me. His mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code he created protects my world. And I'll not have you rusted refuse from the misfit cast of explorators call me ignorant. This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked, you have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Pascal turns to you and says dryly, initiating heretic search. Designation, Demence Hahnemann. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. Wow. What did you do to the governor of Kiamagama? Is he alive? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step toward retooling this world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call of truth that reached into their cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. So you have traded one master for another. I would have expected the Fabricator Sensor to be smarter than that. The Fabricator Sensor's Vox lets out a piercing, barely audible sound that makes your insides shudder. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my staff, you arrogant creature. I have seen what you have done to this world and its poor people. I will not allow it to continue. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this. Kiava Gamma has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured and its servants have already tested the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. For those who are wondering, the anathema that he's referring to is the Emperor. In the name of the Golden Throne, I will stop you and those who follow you. You assume too much, thus rendering your conclusion invalid. Comrades, purge the manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Oh boy, here we go. Oh yeah, shit's about to hit the fan.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. The impure cannot escape their fate.
That is a lot of things.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
Aim for the heart next time.
Oh my god. That's a lot of dudes.
Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live. Trust me.
Nice.
I shall not
Nice.
caught by the web.
Nice.
As honor ordains.
Nice. Can't do anything with her. That's Solomorn, okay.
Rejoice, you have been judged and found wanting.
Nice. Good. Now,
nothing.
Nice. That's only one left. That's really good.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Oof.
A broken blade has no use.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. Your corrupt way has failed you.
Take it, Solomorn. Yeah, I kind of need you up here.
The guilty will fall.
Nice.
Glato, we're undertaking this task. Accepted.
Okay, Pascal.
Request approved. Running binary override.
Miss, but that's okay.
Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Good. Heinrichs. That douchebag, huh? But...
The Emperor is on our side.
that's fine.
Stand still.
You cannot trick death. It will claim me one day.
Nice.
Let's see to it. I won't do that.
Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Good parry.
Scorn the pain.
Trust me. My blade whispers your name.
Okay.
As the tenets demand.
Nice.
Trust me.
Nice.
The shadows will see it done.
Sure, why not?
Glato, you'll regret that filth.
Who's down? Keeble is down. That sucks. All of the dicks, actually. Shit.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Nice. Do it again.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Nice.
It won't take long.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Actions will go defiance is futile. This is beyond me.
How is it beyond you? I don't... Okay, whatever.
Understood. I'll take it as a priority.
Oh, 13? Jesus, no fucking wonder.
The order is clear. One of us would be enough.
Nice. He's not going anywhere right now. I like that.
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
I need a foothold.
Seven to 12, 11, 11.
I feel the power surging. Naturally. I won't object to it.
Nice.
Let's see to it.
Crippled in body, then corrupt in mind.
Okay, where... That's Cassia.
Emperor, give me strength.
This might work. I'm not sure. No. Just out of reach. Just out of reach either way. Fuck.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Nope, can't hit him yet. I'm not going to be able to throw anything. Well, yeah, no, I can't throw anything far enough, which sucks.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I can't allow myself to do this.
You can't allow a whole hell of a lot, can you, dude?
I cannot comply.
Jesus, man.
Rejoice in service!
Okay.
Moving into position.
There we go.
Understood.
Perfect.
Accepted. The order is clear.
Ah, not enough. However, eight. That's not good. I mean, it's all I got. Figured as much.
For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
Good.
Let's see to
More
it.
strength. Good. Now hit him.
I won't object to it.
Nice.
Ancient liturgy is required.
Well, that's really bad.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Why? Haven't I studied hard enough? Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Can I get him? Motherfucker. He's in a really shitty spot. Yeah, he just is. He's in a really crap spot.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
About damn time.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
It won't take long. Executed.
Nice.
The order is clear. Understood.
Nice.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Hell yes.
The order is clear.
Request approved. My vow is to serve. Running by narrative.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. Same thing. Here.
For the throne.
Strength.
I won't object to it.
Reckless attack.
Let's
Kill
see
him.
to it. I'm done with this one.
Nice.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Perfect.
Explorers know one route. Forward. The scriptural prognosis is...
And a miss. Nice.
Accepted.
Nice.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Nice. Keep that.
Advancing.
Yep, there's good. Much better. Now just beat him to death.
Activating force mode, Sacrament.
Yeah, just beat him to death. It's fine. Much better.
But of course, Lord. Naturally.
Okay. Go up here, provoke.
For the throne's glory.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Nope, not in line of sight. That sucks.
We've got a job to do, Glato.
No, wait. Hang on.
Let's see to it.
More of that.
I won't object to it.
Yes.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Reckless. Nice.
Throne's glory.
See if I can
Let's
provoke.
see to it.
Doesn't look like provoke's happening, but that's okay.
Emperor, give me strength.
Ah, just out.
Hold the formation.
Nope, can't get him yet.
Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
True.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I won't object to it.
Nice. Dude can't move. Gotta love it.
It won't take long. Understood. The guilty will fall. I'll take it as a priority.
Oh, this dude is fucked. He can't do anything.
Naturally. Your reckoning is due.
Gotta go get all their stuff. Nice. Gotta get all their stuff. Nice. Okay. Would you look at that? Dying tech priest. Oh, shit. This pile of human remains carelessly tossed together amidst a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone, and suddenly one of the ravaged bodies makes the tiniest movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed eyes twitching. Approach. The man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It's a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection, but it takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales the hot air. Machine spirit, deliver me. The binaric requiem coming from Pascal's Vox sounds solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man's mutilated face twists into a weak semblance of a smile. Go to the Omnissiah. In a single motion, you bring an end to his long torment. After checking that there are no more survivors in this pile of human remains, you step away from the nightmarish sight. There you go. I mean, what the hell else was I supposed to do?
Know your duty.
I mean, that's just a mercy kill. Broken panel of the cogitator is sparking, its blind dark screen showing nothing. That's literally all that was. That was just a mercy kill. Like, what else was I supposed to do? You have a collection of bobs. Oh boy.
Operation successful.
I beg your pardon.
Bob from Tech Priest. What is that? Well, I don't know what it is.
Fate guide my path to glory.
Decided not to tell me what it was, so Yeah. More med kits, those are always good. Something is howling within the metal housing as if the machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. Force access to the cogitator systems. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. You gain access to the cogitator systems. The device machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair. Awaken the cogitator's machine spirit. You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Jesus. Always sus when everyone tells you that they did not see something. That's true. Cogitator is silent, awaiting new commands. Okay. Well, what the hell did I just throw? First off, that's a really big bolt.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Yeah, I guess we're walking this path to the end. Or not. That's fine, too.
Intriguing.
Oh. Very intriguing, actually.
Not a problem for a proctor.
Nice.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
There should be an elevator, huh? Like up here? It looks like, yeah. Okay. Near the guy I shot for mercy. Okay, I'll have to look at that in a second.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Good call.
Assignment completed.
As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surface. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be in working condition. View the log. Log contains nothing of interest. The maintenance ritual schedule for the sacred machine that moves the bridge, an activation log, and a few notes of a religious nature entered by tech priests. Activate the emergency bridge lowering protocol. You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this cogitator. The machine dawdles off as it's still drowsy, nevertheless performs its assigned function. Nice. Okay, step away. Oh. Actually, not a bad idea. What's this one? Screen of the cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolinguists. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache.
Know your duty.
Also fair. Blow it up.
Check. Done.
Nice. No. I hit the wrong one. There we go.
Easily done.
Nice. Okay, save. Yes. I don't like that. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Fortune smiles on us. At ill
Wow.
omen.
They really don't want us here, do they? Jesus.
Easy. Assignment completed. Check.
There. It's not really med kits that I need. That's kind of the issue.
Reports.
Most of
The
this
bane
shit's
of an
permanent.
arbitrator's existence.
For the Emperor. With you at my side, victory is within our grasp. Even in the darkest moments, there is
Yeah.
hope.
Yeah, most of this shit is permanent.
Oh, is there a guidebook for cyber attendants? I can see bright colors again.
Ready for data input.
You serve me and the God Emperor, cyber attendant. Let's make your colors brighter.
Integrity factor increased.
Yeah, but I know what I know the wounds that we've got. We're in real time. So we're not doing it by turn. So the problem is the wounds are all taken care of. It's literally the status effects. Most of them are permanent. That's the issue.
I'll chart a course for you. Would this help?
Do you think?
Yeah,
my
she's
body
fucked.
is suffering.
I believe this will help.
Your assistance is much appreciated.
And I need 3 just to help him.
The Emperor protects. I am here to aid you.
I needed that.
Nope. Done everything I can now. Watch Shader's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handle switches, and other control mechanisms. View the log. Discover the local data crypt with contents collected by the previous operators of or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored in the cogitator. At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech priests and spent mass, the flesh of victims, killed either during or for the sake of machine rituals. The log looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind such as a chaos corruption. This record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Oh, good.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay, save. Yes. Nice. Oh. I probably wanted to go in there, if I'm being honest. Access the outside of the clang and moving bolts indicates the door's been unlocked. To the inside. But the inside of what? Let's see what happens. This does not look good. The fuck? There we go. That was weird. Another glitch. Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. Heinrich casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Careful, Heinrich. Look at it! Heinrich gestures toward the cage closest to you. Through the metal bars, you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. The monstrously deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds seeping pus and slime, wounds that are agglutinating and sprouting tendons. Rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turns to you. Mercy. Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, but he bears the agony and forces out the words, Mercy, make it stop. Study the mutants closely. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in this cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live on. Shoot him in the head. The flesh explodes in a fountain of lumps, stinking spray, and bone shards. The gaping wound closes in an instant, and a different face emerges from the fleshy depths in a place of the lost head. The mutant's body is pulsing faster, harder, as though the abomination's heart rate has spiked with fear. A many-voiced moan rises up from all the other cages at once. The pain was felt by all who share the mutant's horrific fate. Who are you? Foreman from Sector Hertz Mercy. The mutant falls silent for a few moments, but then his voice comes back stronger. Foreman from Boiler 3. We're from the lower levels. The final words are drowned out by a moan. Heinrich takes in his surroundings and once again fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage. I'm beginning to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned that the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people in their home, and now they are studying the result. Have you ever seen anything like this before? I've seen a great deal, Rogue Trader. That includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos. But what frightens me most is not their repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath it. Heinrich frowns. The human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. The Lex mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on the machines. What are the archenemy's minions doing to the people of the lower levels? To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. Heinrich scowls. These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here, to be connected to the censors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge. Why are they hooked up to cogitators? Heinrich carefully studies the screens of the computing machines. Lingua Technis, corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. Thinking, Heinrich clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, then recoils when the mutant form nearest the cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You! A female face watches you from within the gloom of the cage. Even though half her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths, her single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised us! Her words are echoed by other voices in the depths of the cages. Heinrich leans toward the cage, but at sufficient distance to ensure that the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You took us from the Inferno. You promised us a reward. Her face contorts in a grimace, and then the creature's lips sink together like melted wax. I'll be damned. They can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Heinrich balls his fist in a powerless rage, then he frowns in thought. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, or it will trigger further changes. Kibella stares at the pile of fused flesh without blinking. I do not hear their names in the Undying One's whispers. They have become too twisted, and he no longer remembers them. If there is something that will make them talk, we must use it. Heinrich nods. Yes, it's possible another person would refuse to make such a choice, but we can use this situation to help the investigation. I'm not going to argue with you. It seems to me your mind is already made up. Heinrich hesitates for a moment, then closes his eyes and raises one hand. You are enveloped by an otherworldly chill. The mass of flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wrenches open its glued-together lips and begins wailing frantically. The shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. The mutant changes before your eyes. The tumors recede like an ebbing tide, revealing an emaciated female voice twisted in agony. The woman gasps for air, stretches her now mobile neck, and exclaims, "Liar! You promised to kill me! You promised me deliverance! Every one of you! Everyone told me to have hope, and the pain would go. Accept the truth, for that is hope. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please make it so. Make it so." A lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out smooth, fat tentacles that cover her wailing face and drag it into itself. You feel the pressure in your ears. From the cage, you hear a steady, almost imperceptible sound that fills you with despair and horror. With a sigh, Heinrich lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A wetly gleaming mass of meat and gristle that no longer bears any hint of its human origins. It pulses vigorously. And that's it? The lamentations of dying people? No, not just that. What it said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos, which it uses to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priests repeated this phrase like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whatever the cult of the Final Dawn is planning, false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead. A small one, but it's a lead. That's that then. But, do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Heinrich shakes his head. I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do. Screen's cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure gives you a headache. Okay. Fair enough.
Is this what serving in the Inquisition is like? Cursed places, inconceivable horrors, high stakes.
More or less. And just in case it is not clear already, none of what you saw here is going in your report to the Marshal.
Lovely. Just in case, I shall save.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Oh boy, what is this? Massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook, every compartment of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness, one that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrich makes a warning gesture. His voice, ringing slightly with tension, is threaded with disquiet. Stop, Barnabas. That is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. As soon as Heinrich takes another step toward the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down towards the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psyker abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact. The Omnissiah's grace has not touched this object. The mechanism was not desecrated, but born flawed and unnatural. Iron must profane. Pascal hurriedly produces a data slate. Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge. Keep your distance and wait. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrich examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the reel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point, you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging, roaring machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face. Hecatomb determinans. The womb of this cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste under the Manufactorum's main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. But I cannot imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the Fabricator Censor prized this monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future, Barnabas. It predicts the future. How is that even possible? Do not attempt to gain any insight into the essence of the machines corrupted by the archenemy. At least, not if you value your soul. I have encountered the heretics' mechanical abominations before. To truly fathom their nature is to allow a particle of death into your heart. Heinrich is silent for a few moments. But the fruit they bear, No matter how abhorrent their instruments, the fruit they bear could be useful. Heinrich stares stonily at the cogitator screen. Yes, let's allow the machine to finish its calculations. I wish to know what precisely the cult's minions were so desperate to see in the future. Perhaps, if we were to increase the power, it would be finished sooner. I'm saying we cut the power supply. We need to stop the cogitator for the sake of the people still alive down there. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes ice cold. Rogue trader, in the name of the Golden Throne, I am requisitioning the population of the lower levels of this manufactorum for the purposes of this inquisition. Cogitator's screens flash, and the guttural roar in its depths turn into a frantic shriek as it seems to contain the death cries of thousands. Heinrich bends over the keys and flinches as if from an electric shock. His head snaps back unnaturally and you see his lips moving. The cogitator lets out a roar that grows louder by the second.
Give me the power to eradicate my enemies.
Well, goddammit. It's a Tzeentch fiend.
Pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
Alright. Cassia's up first, huh?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I totally fucking insist. That motherfucker dodged. God damn it.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
Okay.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Nice. Okay. Nice.
Do not dare ask.
Now, do something!
If I may.
Okay.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Nice. Provoke it. Nice. Good. Very nice, actually.
For the throne's glory.
Bleach, have yourself a good night. Yeah, thanks. I think I'm gonna need it.
Moving into position. Accepted.
See you all in Finland. Hell yes.
Understood. The order is clear.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. I shall not fail. I will not die in dishonor.
Okay, Pascal.
Running binary code.
Nice.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Nice.
Don't frighten me.
Who's this, Cassia? Nice, got him.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
My vow is to insignificant value.
Nice, dead. Perfect.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Okay.
Now, do something!
Okay. Yes, everybody in here.
Let's see to it.
Nice.
One of us would be enough.
There we go. Okay. People,
Death comes in silence, as honor ordains. As the tenets demand. I would that I could.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request approved.
nice. Way to go.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Nice.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
I will not be deterred. The Emperor commands.
This is just too much for me.
Thank you.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed.
Death is a blessing.
Nice.
As honor ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will see it done. Death is a blessing. As honor ordained, come, the other side awaits. Known as the tenant's demand.
Damn. She just fucked up literally everything. That's insane.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
People had just killed like fucking 7 enemies in one turn. That is absolutely batshit insane.
Get me a target. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Nice.
We've got a job to do, Gleito. Understood. Target eliminated.
Goddamn. Heinrichs goes back to the broken down cogitator, spends a while examining the instrument panel, then disconnects the component resembling a data crypt, which he quickly stows in his cartridge belt. That's what this machine was put into operation for. Countless symbols and numbers containing knowledge of things to come. I hope my specialists will find a way to decipher the corrupted code. I hypothesize that my services will not be needed. Disappointment and resignation are clear in Pascal's voice. You are correct, Magos. I am grateful for the help, but unfortunately, I must conceal the fruits of our labor from you. Heinrichs glances around the hall. As you have seen, my caution is well-founded. Pascal's box lets out a heavy, static-laden sigh. Restriction recognized as valid. I saw something happen to you, Heinrichs. What happened when you touched the machine? Heinrichs jerks his head and waves away the question, his movement sharp and unnatural. We'll talk about it later, but right now... Heinrichs' eyes settle on you. I must thank you, Barnabas. Without your help and cooperation, I doubt I would have reached the depths of Kiava Gamma and learned the truth behind my agent's dispatches and reports. I would never have ended up here, and I would never have succeeded in hampering the cult's activities. My business on Kiava Gamma is concluded. It is time to return to the mission that brought you to the industrial world. The only thing I'll ask of you is an audience when we return to the ship. Heinrichs bows his head to signal that the conversation is over. So that's it? Jesus. Oh, God. Okay. Tell you what, I will save here. And this is a good place to end it for tonight. Yeah, we'll be going to Finland on Monday. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Finland. We're going to enjoy my winter car, take a little break from this. I've been having a lot of fun with this, but, you know, it's good to take breaks. Don't burn yourself out or anything like that. Plus, I don't have to worry because all my stuff won't be in Finnish. You know what I mean? But I have had a lot of fun with this, and I do want to thank everybody for being here and for hanging out. You guys are awesome. I always have a lot of fun with you guys. As you can tell, my voice is a little hoarse. And I don't know what that's all about, but it has definitely been a week. That's for sure. We had Medicine, we had Spectre, we had Bleach, we had Sophia, we had Aelin, Corgi was here. Yeah, Spectre was here. Fafo was here as well. Alpa was here. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you everybody for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I am absolutely taking my day off on tomorrow. For sure. But I will see you all on Monday. And until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, and great rest of your weekend, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thank you so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night, and a great rest of your weekend. Take care for now. I am out. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.